is Radio Biafra USA 2. My name is Mazi Iyke Peters. So welcome to another live broadcast from New York City. We are broadcasting under the auspices of our mother station, Radio Biafra London. Our leader's name is Mazi Iyke. Customarily, before we proceed on our programs, we have to pray. We have to call upon our leader, Mazi Iyke, to lead us in prayer. Let us pray.
Without whom we cannot function, and unto him we give every honor and every adoration. Wherever you are, I will ask you, if you are in the spirit, to remain so. If you are outside the spirit, we ask you to come into it. Because what we are preaching from here is a gospel of redemption, as directed by Chukwukika himself in heaven. And this very gospel, we must preach it. Therefore, we must pray. We give thanks unto thee, O Elohim, for there is none like thee. There can never be any like thee. You are the beginning and the end. You are the Alpha and the Omega. Our lives are in the palm of your hands. We commit all that we are unto thee. We have come as the ancients did before us, as our ancestors did before we came, to offer praise and adoration unto your holy name and no other. For we do not worship any idol. We do not worship anything born of a human being. We do not worship anything carved out of a tree. We do not bow down before anything molded with the hands of men. It is only thee that we worship. That is why we have come this very evening on this hallowed platform that you yourself created, to offer you unadulterated praise and to hand over to thee all that we can ever become, because Biafra is yours. This very family of IPOB, you molded yourself. You decreed that IPOB must come, and now that we have come, that we may worship thee, O Elohim, please accept our offering of praise and sacrifice unto your holy name, because there is no other like thee. We will continue to adore thee. We will continue to worship thee. And as I said before, and I will reiterate, as we pray unto thee, that Biafra is your possession, we will sacrifice Biafra unto thee, that you may guide us in all that we do. It's only you that sees the hearts of men. If there is anything that we are hiding, if there is anything that we have concealed from our people, oh Elohim, you will judge us very harshly. But if our hands are clean, our hearts very pure, you will bless IPOB, and you will bless me, and you will bless my family, because it's a promise from you. All our hope and our trust is upon thee. May your name be glorified. May you be exalted. May you, O Elohim, be praised. Now and forevermore we pray. Ise.
Barukata oya, we forgive me this song. Hallelujah, Chukwu, Chukwu kosiekiye. Nnamdi Kanu, Yahweh barakiye. Show face to Yahweh on the microphone now. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge bring confusion. Confusion scatter the nation. Everybody won't go. Biafra is like thunder. Biafra from Nigeria. Biafra from Nigeria. I want to go. I'm a Biafran. I want to go. I'm a Biafran. I want to go. I'm a Biafran. I want to go my home. I want to go. I'm a Biafran. I want to go. I'm a Biafran. I want to go. I'm a Biafran. I want to go my home. Mazi
You shall never hold your peace.
till we make Biafra praise in the earth. You will make mention of Chukwu. Okike Abiyama, not be silent on the walls of Biafrans. You shall never hold your peace, day or night, day or night, day or night, day or night. I have said the ascent on your walls, day or night, day or night, day or night, day or night. I have sent volunteers on your walls. Till we establish it, until we make Biafra praise in the earth. Till we establish it, until we make Biafra praise in the earth. You make mention of Chukwu. Okike Abiyama, not be silent on your walls of Biafrans. You shall never hold your peace in the earth. Everybody, rejoice Biafrans, rejoice Biafrans, rejoice Biafrans, rejoice Biafrans, rejoice Biafrans. Your salvation is here. Rejoice Biafrans, rejoice Biafrans, rejoice Biafrans, rejoice Biafrans, rejoice Biafrans. Your salvation has come.
Oh yeah, rejoice, 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 my people, rejoice, Biafrans, your salvation is here. Of course, we know that. All right, this morning I was actually not thinking I was going to be on the air, but I happened to have run into something, and have to congratulate as a I say good morning to Arise TV. Because when I don't wake up, Abi, you know, our leader told us something at the beginning of this, the early days of the broadcast. Said, keep talking. And some people say, hey, they're not listening to us. Hey, they're not talking about us. Man, say, keep on doing what you're doing. They will talk about you. There will come a time when if they cancel their newspapers, they have to put something, even if it's not a story. put IPOB on top of it, or Mazi Iyke Peters, and people will crowd around and buy those papers and read them. Because this is what we have been saying: the truth never ever diminishes. Anything that is the truth will remain the truth, no matter how long it takes. We used to read in history about somebody who said that the world was round, and they crucified him. Why did he say the world was round when the people that know the Pope and the people have told you that the world is not round, the world is flat, you can walk up and then disappear somewhere? And the man kept insisting that the world was round. Prosecuted him, did everything to him. The world remained round. The world didn't change. So when the truth is told, trust me, the truth will always remain the truth. There's no gainsaying. There's nothing that's like it was truth yesterday and it's a lie today. No. If it's the truth, it's the truth. It's only the lies that will keep on changing. You know, lie got to change now. If you don't change, how you going to support what you talked yesterday? Because otherwise we could have seen. So, you know, everybody is taking advantage of the fact that Mazi Iyke Peters is so honorably endowed. His brain is, I don't know how to describe him. He is not somebody who you can push around. Today, the world is saying that he is phenomenal. He is what he is. Chineke. Because that's why when I spoke about the lawyers, these Bujuaka lawyers that are parading around as if they are doing anything for us. They are not doing anything for Mazi Iyke Peters. Absolutely nothing. Because the opportunity they had was to Give him the chance to speak in court, to educate the world, to tell the world our story. You didn't give him that chance because you wanted to prove to yourself that you're such great lawyers, no case submission. That's nonsense. Because I know that if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has spoken in that court, if he was given the opportunity to speak in that court, that could have been a world broadcast. That could have been a world. When I say world, everybody will listen to it because everyone is talking about it. In Ghana, we're hearing something. Arise TV. I'm looking for the clip. I don't know what happened. It just disappeared. I have something that they said about him in Arise. And I don't know where I kept that clip. Otherwise, I wanted you to listen to it because for the first time, they are able to sit down there and talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. These are things they never speak about before. And I didn't hear them say the proscribed leader. I mean, the leader of the proscribed. No, they didn't say that. Everybody's waking up. Because these are journalists. These are people that have the weapon that can straighten out any country. But they joke with their job because they are working for government. They are afraid of being sanctioned. They are afraid of getting a license. This is not, you're not supposed to say this. You're not supposed to say, why do you build a station if you cannot say what you want to say? You cannot be working for government. The government don't have any station anymore. They used to have BBC, Nigeria Broadcasting Service, that kind of bullshit. But the world has moved on. The world has moved on. Even if you want to talk about the government, you don't want to talk about this because this is very destructive. It's going to bring us nothing but whatever. Well, say it the way it is. Or probably, if you are not going to say it the way it is, there is no need. Oh boy, I'm so frustrated right now. I can't even find this tape that I'm looking for. About the Rise TV said something. However, there are other clips here that we can go on to. Ghanaians, you said something being said in Ghana. I want you to listen to this one. It's very interesting. But I wanted that, the one on Rise TV, that's the one I'm going to look for because I will eventually have to use it. They are now talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and they're saying something about his being in the hospital at this time. I don't know. We cannot be able to verify that, but that's not even the issue. The point I'm trying to make is that now they're beginning to wake up. You see that this man has always spoken the truth. This man has always been right from the beginning. Evil cannot be covered. There was no much. It was alleged that when Dele Momodu, after his interview with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that he was called to order. Why do you have to interview him? Yes, because the truth is very bitter in the ear. I can hear the likes of the man who was representing Buhari that even lied to Nigerian people. I don't know his name. Honestly, I don't know their names, these people. But he was the one that lied that Buhari was very sick in the hospital and that not that he was sick in the hospital, that roaches and rats have stopped him from going into Aso Rock. This is the same man now that is criticizing the senator from, Texas, Tom Cruise. We was talking about the killing of Christians in Nigeria. This is the first man that condemned. But you know something? Nigerians are giving him water. Because we live here. And somebody is saying that this is a game. What kind of game? What is wrong with these people? I don't understand it. Most of them say their families are overseas. Okay, but don't you have cousins? There's nobody in Nigeria whose families are all overseas. It's impossible. Unless you're such a selfish bastard, because there is no way all your families can be there. You were born in this country, you have nephews, nieces, just name them. Maybe your direct children can be overseas, but what about your nieces and nephews? We are all the same. All my children live in America, they were born in America, yes, but I have families at home. I don't have nieces and nephews and my brother's children, my brothers, my sisters. So if we go there and say it doesn't concern you, why shouldn't it not concern you? It will always concern you, whether you like it or you don't like it. Festus Kayamo, I think that's his name. The name just struck me. He is the one condemning the senator who spoke very clearly about the killing of Christians. Do you know the first tenor of Donald Trump? He spoke about it too. He told Buhari, the so-called, the person they put in there as Buhari, as, you know, Christians are being killed in your country. If you don't do anything, I'm going to do something about it. Donald Trump is not ended yet, please. The whole thing is continuing. Do something about it. You made that promise on your first tenor, because I want you to carry it on, execute it at this time, because it's not going to change. The killing is something that is unprecedented. It's like people are just being killed as if it's nothing. I know what it means for one person to be killed in America. I live here. The careless gunman takes up a gun and kills one person. The whole country will come down. But Nigerian killing there are areas you don't even talk about. It's only the people that pick up those stories are private people that have cameras that can take pictures and everything and send a video and put it on the internet. The government does not give a hoot. The government does not care. When your president, somebody who's your president, can tell you, I don't have any blueprints. If I have a blueprint, I will step on so many people's toe. And he knows something, they might kill me. The president. Olaume is stoop. How would I describe him? Secret agent that worked for government, that worked in time of Buhari, said the same thing. We know these people. I went to DSS and they have information about all these people, and most of them are in government. Journalists are there. Nobody ever goes to ask questions. Nnamdi Kanu came up in 2017 and said Buhari was dead and is buried in a shallow grave. This is something the journalists can quietly go out there and investigate. No, they won't do it. Today they are calling Nnamdi Kanu is the person they're talking about on Arise TV. I can't believe that. I can't believe hearing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's name on Arise TV, because these are people who think that now they are beginning to kill. It's getting to all of you. They killed our sister that works for you. Somtochukwu. Yes. You think that girl, that thing was an accident? No. She probably doing some investigation to do something that she's Rufai, is it Rufai Hussein? Yeah, Rufai, yeah. My brother, be careful. Because they don't like you. You seem to be one of those that speak it up, but you know something? God will protect you. Keep speaking the truth. Forget about Abati or whatever. That Dr. Abati is a double-edged sword. He doesn't really know where he stands. You know, he confuses, one thinks he can confuse the people with, according to section this criminal codes of Nigerian constitution, blah, blah, blah. That's bullshit. My brother, say it the way it is. Anybody will do bad, talk him. It doesn't matter if it's Tinubu, if he's the cleaner in the Aso Rock, whoever makes this up. I'm not saying attack them illegally, no. Say it for the people, because you are there to protect the lives of the people. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being talked about now today everywhere, and that is very interesting, because let me start with a clip here that I have. I think I'm still going to look for the Arise one. If I find it, I'm going to bring it in later, but let's listen to this too, because it has to do with
want these sanctions to come for you. Your children, your family, your assets will be frozen. We are going towards them.
Yes, so, I told you people that this illegal detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has become a global issue. Every part of the whole African continent, they are against this illegal detention. And the plan now is to suspend Nigeria from every foreign group they belong, because they don't obey the rule of law. Now, Wahala Nigeria don't find for themselves like this. I told you guys, see, before we continue with this live broadcast from Accra, Ghana, by Dr. David Matanga, my people, there is a serious recommendation for Nigeria. The request for the assessment and recommendation for the suspension of Nigeria, like suspension of Nigeria and Cameroon by the Ministerial Action Group, CMAG of the Commonwealth. Imagine, Nigeria no dey obey rule of law. Why are they still detaining Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Nigeria have been exposed though. Nigeria, like every part of, most of you on X, you people see what thing they happen for X, ba? When I see the kind tweet where foreign people, they even tweet about Nigeria. Nigeria has been exposed. And because of their stubbornness of Nigeria government, now bring all this problem for them. My people, let's go into this particular request by a Pan-African chairman for the suspension of
You've touched on security, very important issue in Nigeria. But you've not told us how you're going to manage this. We'd like you to tell us how you will manage security in Nigeria. And second part of my question is loads of kidnapping of women and girls in Nigeria, rape of our young children in Nigeria. Can you tell us, Your Excellency, how this will be managed? Thank you.
Thank you very much for being very precise. Mr. Tanumba, we had many questions coming in live stream about how you're going to combat terrorism and violence against women, including from Bulupi Omosori.
One of those philosophers, I wanted doctrine that I believe firmly in is teamship, unbreakable team.
Look at their clapping.
To demonstrate that, I will choose the first question, assign it to Dele Alake.
Okay.
And the second question, assign to Nasiru El-Rufai.
Please go ahead.
Security, Nasiru El-Rufai.
Your Excellencies, my friend, Mr. Alex Vines, ladies and gentlemen, security has been a big issue in Nigeria in the last few years, and that has affected not only rural economy.
Just my people, as the halt you don't happen now. This is a throwback video of the Titan House. We actually talked about insecurity in Nigeria. Please, the women in Nigeria have begged, share this video with Tinubu. Hit this like button so I mean other people when they see this video, because Tinubu talked about insecurity. When they asked her the question, Tinubu didn't answer the question of insecurity directly. He points El-Rufai. Now El-Rufai not deal with Tinubu again. So they don't see one of the major cause of insecurity for this country, because he thought saying believe in teamship. Say everybody will work together to fight and to make a governable one. Now El-Rufai will say you put in charge of security, don't come on leave you. Why insecurity no go to Nigeria? Just listen to Tinubu to answer this question. Please, this video must go viral. Share this video. Leave your thoughts in the comment section.
But agricultural production, commerce, and everything else. The Bola Tinubu administration will address these challenges, or whatever remains of it, after the efforts of this administration in at least 3 ways. First, policing. Nigeria has about 300,000 policemen for a population of over 200 million.
All right, I don't want to go into this, because the first thing is that the president of a nation is asked a question. He's pushing it to people that are in his government that are not even going to. They were not even in his government at the time, because El-Rufai, whom he pushed it to, was his political party member. Nigeria has now enter one chance, and that one chance will destroy. It's very good for us, because you know something. There are many of us who are then followers of Mazi Iyke Peters that have given up on Nigeria a long time ago, many years ago. We're just there. We are waiting for manifestations that is coming in every single day from what this young man had told us. That Nigeria, by the time he's done with Nigeria, Somalia will be a paradise. And of course, that's exactly what is going. Somalia today is more peaceful. Trust me, it's more peaceful than anything you can imagine. I'm still searching for this tape that I really wanted to use this morning for my program. From Arise TV, not because it's Arise TV, that because these are people that have refused to adhere to the truth. They were partly the most watched station, if I can be fair to them, is saying that, but not anymore. Absolutely not anymore, because other minor stations are coming. Other stations that are not really, that people don't normally watch. Today, people are watching them. And some of them too are falling apart. Some of those ones that thought that people were watching them too much, people are beginning to see through them. Because when you go to the TV because you want to please your audience, they prescribe the part of you are creating. The point is that the more you do that, the more you get less watchers. People are not watching you anymore because you're not being honest. I know the truth is very bitter, but better say it and keep your audience. The moment the audience, your people are watching you, are beginning to see bias or feel bias in whatever you're saying, you're losing people. There are stations today that I cannot watch. I don't want to name them because I don't want you to walk through what I do. Just watch them yourself and make up your mind. These are Rise TV. To be honest with you, I watch it because of Erufai. Every other person in that station, Ojiokwe is okay. I'm talking about people who are the commentators. If Sane, what's his name again? Dr. Abati was the person on that radio station. Forget it. I'll burn it down. I can never ever watch him because he's a sarcastic, hopeless person that doesn't really understand that the world has moved on. First of all, he's a politician. He's not even supposed to be there. A politician is never anybody's supporter except his pocket. What he supports is anything that will give him food. That's why all of them are running from helter to skelter, changing party as if they are changing their underwear. Even their underwears, I'm sure they don't change them as fast as they change parties. So that's what they are. That's the way they are built. They are not working there for anybody. Absolutely nobody. El-Rufai that was running up and down thinking that Buhari was going to, Tinubu was going to give him an office. He discovered that Tinubu, nothing was coming. So quickly did what? Created his own another party and called them, I don't know what name they're answering. But he called them that, but then they are trying to lure some people who have dignity. Because with them alone, they're not going to win anything. That's why they're trying to lure P2B into that carcass. But that P2B too, it's going to be as stupid as they themselves. Because when you take a dirty water, no matter how much your water is clean, and you drop just one drop of dirty water into that water, the color will change. So P2B, you can do whatever you like to do. We are not interested anyway. That because we know that you're joining them or not joining them, it's not going to change anything. Nigeria is dead and gone. But don't be that drop of dirty water that they're going to put into clean water. Because you are a clean water, these people are just a dirty water, and one of them dropping into you dilutes and messes your life. Your people are not loved. There's no doubt about it. But the truth is that we don't care. The more they hate the Biafran people, the more progressive that they are. We are watching everybody. I was listening to and watching Tinubu's proposed visit to Abia State. That he never went to Aba. Why would he go to Aba? Aba no not send you. You can't just go to Aba now because Aba is like the London of Southeast. I am telling you. The man went in there and cleaned up the place completely. I'm talking about re-clean up. There's light running, there's all the traffic lights and everything. The roads are like airport roads. And so Tinubu just don't say, what now they go here, go find. Let me send the Dave Umai. Then send the Dave Umai, and he went there to embarrass himself because nobody even knew he was there. In the street they were singing Uti Kaigeso Onejeje Kanalala Uti Kaigeso, and then Dave Umai was there like nobody because he was representing Tinubu. That could have Tinubu was already like a smart man. He don't look and say, I don't go about Utio. Abama fit deal with. Abama will not do you anything, trust me. But the point that you be so irrelevant, so it's even better you didn't go. Then I was watching Baribe say something very good. He said, Uti government, because they were making requests now from Buhari, because he was being represented by Dave Umahi. Abaribe just said something that touched me. He said, no matter what you do for us, I'm not quoting him now, but I'm just to elaborate on what he said. No matter what you do for us, you have given us whatever you want to give us. Give us Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That's all. A very great request. Then there was another idiot there that calls himself Carlo, something Carlo, I don't know what he, that said, Tinubu, give us what is that? What did he say? He requested for ports. Give us support and then give us what else did he request? Stop breaking the house of Ndibo in Lagos. This is somebody. You're begging Tinubu not to destroy the house of Ndibo in Lagos and then give you a seaport. That's this somebody who's causing. These are the kind of people when Biafra come, they no go live for Biafra. Guaranteed. So you better keep struggling now so Biafra doesn't come. Does he have a problem with Mazi? Abaribe came in there and said just one simple thing. No matter what you've done for us, give us Nnamdi Kanu. And somebody is talking about port. Give us seaport. And don't break the house of Ndibo. That's all you came there to do. Anyway, like I said before, what we don't do is that we don't forget. No matter what you do, we'll always remember. Always, always, always remember. And that, boy, I just lost this tape and I'm so sad. I'm so sad about it. You know, so what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's detention is rising.
That will be achieved by amending the constitution so that policing can be.
Yeah, still going back to the same tape that I was trying to air, but I don't want this. This is not what I want. I'm still looking for what I want. All right, this is Radio Biafra USA 2. We are here. You know, sometimes it does happen because this tape was actually, when I listened to it, was actually what brought me in. And I was going to broadcast this morning, and I was going to really dwell on it. Unfortunately, I have lost it. I don't know what happened. But still stay tuned. Still stay tuned. Don't go away, because we are always like miraculous babies. We think that what things happen to us when you don't expect it to happen, it comes to happen because we are under the divine guidance of Chukwu Okike Abiama. So we are going to continue listening to clips until when it is time for you to open up the line. I mean, it's time for me to open up the lines for you to make your calls. Then I'll call you in and you have to tell us what you have for us. But stay tuned, don't go away. This is Radio Biafra USA 2.
Because as I once reminded you before we came, there was nobody like us. Now that we are here, they pretend, they copy, they emulate, they fabricate falsehood. But they can never be like us. Long after we are gone, they will wish we lived forever. IPOB is very special. Exceptionally special. The largest mass movement in the whole world bar none. And we did it because Chukwu Okike Abiama is with us. We did it because Chukwu Okike Abiama created IPOB himself. And we are here to pilot its affairs. We will not prevaricate. We will not stop. We will not slumber until Biafra is fully restored to its former glory. Anybody in doubt as to our resilience and our determination to restore Biafra is not only mistaken, not only misguided, but needs to see a psychiatrist. Because we are not stopping. I am Nnamdi Kanu, and I don't stop until I get what I want.
All right, this is Radio Biafra USA too. Like I said before, the Abia State, they gathered at the reception of the proposed visit of Tinubu was supposed to come in, but unfortunately, the man got scared. He didn't want to go. Then he sent what is his name, Dave Umahi. That's his stooge. Those are the people that are hoping that they're going to become the next president of the zoo, Nigeria. These were just a bunch of sick people. Anyway, I know very well that for them, they are not. They just know they are lying to themselves. They're deceiving themselves. They cannot be president of the zoo called Nigeria. No, they cannot, and that is very, very true. So what we are going to do, let me see. I think I saw some clip here that is also interesting that we need to watch, which is something I've spoken about what happened in Abia State when they went to. When they actually was supposed to expect what's his name again, Tinubu, to appear there, he did not. And somebody sent me also a tape this morning about what the first lady of Nigeria, who is the first lady of Nigeria, wife of Tinubu, said about the Igbo people in 2019. Somebody just brought it up, and I'm looking at it, it's like, oh wow, this hate didn't start today. It started a long time ago, and it's going to continue.
Because a lot is happening. A lot is happening. A lot is happening. And unless you follow this very carefully, you will become a victim of some of the conspiracy theory being woven all over the place by people who are too lazy to understand what is happening. Coronavirus came from China. Listen very carefully, please. Coronavirus.
All right, let me go now to the tape that I wanted you to listen to about Tinubu's wife's session and what she was trying to do with the Igbo people. It's spoken in Yoruba language, but I think somebody was able to interpret exactly what she said. That was in 2019. So listen to this.
Until yesterday, when I saw a tweet that somebody had done reminding us of what Remi Tinubu, the wife of the former governor of Lagos, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, had said in 2019. Just take a moment and watch this video of Remi Tinubu.
That's great.
Society tí wà lọ bí mọ fún Igbo ṣé kí lọ kò bí èzè wà òbí èzè lẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé olóòrò bí èzè lẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé ó sọ mú kámẹ́rà wà lọ fún ẹ̀ ní ẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé a máa jogún yín àwọn la máa jogún yín àgọ́ wa ló máa jáde ẹ̀ a máa jogún yín láìsẹ̀ pé yìí nìkan ni ara ni Haúsá wà bí àgbà wọn láyè Kàlàbá wà bí àgbà wọn láyè ẹ wá ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé báwo ni tí wàá ṣe jẹ́.
The audacity to make this statement in such a public place shows how much they have worked on it. So whatever division that you see today, whatever bigotry that you see today, the hatred against Igbo that you see today, the Tinubu's family were at the heart of it because they needed to have this for them to be able to get to whatever ladder that they are going to get to. And you see Remi Tinubu in her element with such venom and such, conviction and such this thing, talking about this thing. So we have someone here called Juba in 2022 that had, sort of like explain some of the things that she was saying. And it's in it say, we will invoke Lagos deities to chase away the Igbos who refuse to learn our language. Those that insisted not to marry the Yorubas we will inherit their belongings. We will chase them away and inherit their properties. And you can see up to today, there are lots of, it's increasing. This mentality, this bigotry, this hatred against Igbos, and the fact that, they want to inherit property. So whatever it is that you see being done today it was deliberate, it was orchestrated for one thing, and it was done by Tinubu, his family, his co. We can see his wife here representing him very well and putting this out there.
You all have heard what Remi Tinubu, the wife of Tinubu, said in that video. She said that they will invoke Lagos deities to chase away the Igbos who refused to learn Yoruba language. Those that insisted not to marry the Yorubas, they will chase them away and inherit their properties. This is what the wife of Tinubu said. She said it in 2019.
Yes, we heard that. We heard that very, very well. Very, very well on our ears. But let them keep hating. Like I said before, the fuel or the fuel of the Igbo man's strength is on hating. If you hate them, that's when you are fueling them the more to be more productive, to be more active, to be more strong. Our strength comes from hate. If you don't hate the Igbo man, if you don't hate him and you try to love him, he will not have the strength to perform. He will always perform in the right way. So the more you hate him, the more he strives. He becomes richer. He becomes more productive. Honestly. So keep on hating. It's good for you. The only thing is that the person you hate does not even care. The person you hate does not care, because your hating gives him the energy, the spiritual energy to work hard. And something that the hating is doing to you is draining you, taking from you, giving you cancer, giving you all kinds of sickness on something that you don't, and you be praying to God to heal you. When the hate is in your mind, the hate is there. That's the Satan that is out of you. He's opening your mind to receiving all this evil, because what you're giving out is what you get back. You're giving out that hate, and that hate will come to you. There's no doubt about it. This is Radio Biafra USA too. Like, I'm still looking for the clip that I needed to start the program with, because that's what I wanted to talk about Nnamdi Kanu's case. I heard it's the hospital right now, according to Arise TV, but I don't know if that is true or not. Stay tuned, don't go away.
Of no return. Yenda nema yobi ojo. Ayi ge buso haga. Ato wona ti Biafra no gaga lota. Wonne ti kuji bia de wona ko. Yezi ke wona dai kamma. Kana so de sia yu polisi. Odi ni ti ayu we bere tule. Achito mmadu, achito nama. Mbu fodo, mmadu ga usia nama na aje. Onye ekwu asisi wete nke ekwu. We can't continue like this. We have come to restore Biafra or die restoring Biafra. Aga. Ethiopia Ganibwa. Umuchineka Jawibwaga. Anige Busofaga. Anige buso pagane nuwa ndani manyo biojo anyige buso baga ajomo nke bukotara iwo Nigeria ni ne buso gara papa ubritero para imegidu muchineke yenda soni ene manyo biojo anyige buso baga the level of corruption and the injustice in Nigeria, the Mayo Biojo. Yamelenda did the Kaika Lotitanya, no one Nigeria, Kabuya Kaham, Namuja Caliphate, Kahanibis. We went dry when a very April. Haku Biafra Gona, Azimba. Christian of Biafra fine, Azimba. Riga Georgia, Rigaga, but Riga Rono. I know that 21st century. Nigeria can improve, and we'll go for us. No photo to put numbers that was where we're heading the way. Gorobia Kucha is the best to or end of Ebake, name or Gada. So, no, don't manage. I can manage the wrong way. How long are we going to be careful with our heritage? How long are we going to be slaves in the hands of our family? Arise, oh Biafrans, arise. The time on Ora. This abominable entity called one Nigeria must remember the biggest of the world. Who will do anything humanly possible to ensure that Biafra comes? Faga de Noa, Yenda ne Mayubioto, Anige Buso Faga, Ajomo Kebu Potara, one Nigeria in a Buso Gaga, Papa British Para, Imegido Mutu, Yenda Soni ne Mayubioto, Noa, Anige Buso Faga, Anige Buso Faga, one Nigeria. Now, no matter not the Kano, it's not his tenora. And I remind the Kwame him and no Gaga. Oh, I got to 10 years, 20 years, and brave to stand there. If you are dependent
in hands. Mr. President, I also want to say that the destruction, demolition of the houses, of the offices of our brothers in Lagos makes our heart bleed. Mr. President, for some of them who has not gotten the right document, my plea to you is to appeal to the governor of Lagos State to keep accommodating our brothers and please allow them to rectify their document.
This will take care of all of
this boy they call Benjamin Carlo is very funny. Can you hear him? Can he hear himself? You are begging Tinubu to give you seaport for Southeast, to give you port. In the same sentence, you still there applaud Tinubu that you can see his handwork for Southeast, that you can see the good things where they do for your region. Why are you not asking for port when you have already seen what he's doing? Are you not being hypocritical? Are you not deceiving yourself like this? I can see what you are doing in Southeast, and I want you to give us port. And if you tell this boy now to show you what Tinubu don't do for Southeast so far, he can't point anything.
No.
He doesn't want Nnamdi Kanu to be released. That is why he gave you people that devilish laugh, that demonic laugh at the end of any Nayabaribe's submission on Nnamdi Kanu's matter issue. And he reached his own time, his own turn to talk. He now started praising Tinubu. Oh, I can see what you are doing. But please, look at I see what you are doing for my people. But please, we want port. Please, and also, we want you to, this demolition of our people property for Lagos. Can you stop pedal? Can you stop this demolition? Even if they don't have their papers, give them time to sort their papers out. Is it not the same thing when we they shout? Nah, I see what you are doing for us. You see what they do. So why are you now asking him? We need support. Stop demolition of our brother's property. Is it not what we are saying about waiting the way when the matrix now, where you never agree admit? You don't want to admit it, but you are coming through rigor way, through corner way. I think that these people are women. You una no be man, una no get balls. That thing we're going to put on down a leg. Okay, I don't really like to. Their manhood. The manhood of these people politicians is for fancy. The manhood is just to impregnate woman and to peace. Do you know what it means for a man to have balls, to have manhood? If Ojukwu was this still soft spoken and this please and name you think Ojukwu will fight war? Come on, stand up and speak like a man. Tinubu is not doing anything. His nepotistic government is why Nigeria is collapsing. Speak the truth for once. Look at this idiot. Eh? Look at this tweet they call Benjamin Kalu. I know man. One of the demands is that Nnamdi Kanu should be released unconditionally. In simple, you wave that one aside. Then you now come and say, Tinubu, give us sport. What your manhood is only to impregnate a woman. Benjamin Kalu, Amugo is only to impregnate a woman. Come on, Kabo, what is this rubbish? I have to call it by its name. You should stand like a man. Tell Tinubu that he's a failure. Tinubu is a monumental failure. As long as I live, as long as I breathe, I fear nobody apart from God. What is this? What is this? What is this man doing? If Tinubu there for this function, and I go talk this way when I talk now, will you guys have the balls to speak in front of that druggie, in front of that incompetent Senate president? Will this idiot they call Benjamin Kalu? You ain't going to even open mouth to say why you demolishing our property. You know they see Tinubu. Benjamin Kalu doesn't see Tinubu. Why will you people come and be acting drama for us? Why these theatres? Like, I want to understand this stage play where they act. Like, say, I know they get interaction with that thing they call president. Your manhood is to only impregnate a woman. Your manhood is for you one chak. So say one chak. When it's time for you to stand like a man, I see how you laugh. May they release Nnamdi Kanu, you know, not cheer the car. Anarwaka ni motula. In that church, Anarwaka Nike. Oko, also Meregano. I am making terrible go give you seaport now. Did he, when I invite and come at the state, he Greco? Did he answer you? But he went to Imo State to visit that 419 they call the Hopus of the man. He went to Imo State to launch a book with a 419. Onyupu Alhaji, a Yahoo. That is what Hopus on him is. A criminal. Hopus on him wonyoshi. You know they stay for his state. Now for Abuja they live. Obiageliako. Oje na Abuja, yana Tinubu anache, Tinubu anache, oh my Lord and Savior. He went there with many governors in Nigeria. There is no significant impact of, like nothing came out of that visit. Nothing, no impact of whatsoever. No economic impact. It wasn't even like a president visited Imo State. So I'm even happy he did not go to Abia State. May he not carry that in bad luck, go stand the street of Abia. May he not carry that is incompetent, go litter the beautiful city of Abia that has rejuvenated. He will go there now, start talking rubbish. Oku area. He will talk and swallow waiting him talk. He will regurgitate waiting him talk. And the all sort of Tinubu come na racha summiri. Na racha war rachar. War rachar. Rachar. Look at Benjamin Carlo. These able politicians say the way these guys they make me vex. If I see them inside the room, I gonna peggy the whole tare. These guys are not men. Come on, so support don't have home workers say so come on you take your charge if you don't know anything. If I see Tinubu, I go begin to the papa. Oh please, say you're gonna microphone. Hi, cha. But I say, oh, I have seen what you are doing. I know I can't even be a Nigerian politician because they're gonna arrest me since. I have seen what they have been doing. I have seen what you have been doing in Southeast. I just want you to give us spots. And my Igbo people property in Lagos where then they demolish. Please, why not stop? As you don't talk, I'm not, they go stop them. As you talk, I'm not, they go stop. You don't know that the Igbo property where then they destroy is targeted. They are targeting any place Igbo is dominating. They will tell you, say, them build the water for, them build their property for under this thing, under their their sewage, the canal. Naruru build the Noburu canal. They will demolish everything. Now, government of Lagos, now then go approve all those buildings. There is no way you will tell me that a Lagos that is properly planned don't have government will approve a place where them plan already. Say this place, now sewage or whatever canal, they can't build here. After approval, you will now go back after 5 years and demolish the same thing where you approve. After you must have eaten the money and compensation will not be made. And you tell me you don't know about it. Now Igbo people where they go, develop all those places. That they even laugh. Go to Aba, go to Onitsha. Unu asma anyuka anoko no nyoma mi obo ofofo okohuru nu ndibo unu noko no to obi unu ye decentralize Lagos on your own without government involvement. Unu ye decentralize arada Lagos but una na ekwete una no degree they no degree rocha. You see, for me to report those buildings of ndibo where they destroy, I cannot. On our woman media, I can't even put it. Oh, we go say mem nobi. A way jide properties, plazas. When na akuya akorako. When na akuya is Tinubu that is destroying Igbo people properties in Lagos. Now some all they destroy people properties in Lagos, and because of tribalism and nepotism, and secondly because of the so-called winning where they win them. That winning, he is yet to get over it. And to them, now Igbo don't dominate Lagos for Igbo man to come win Lagos. Why these men will just come out and be embarrassing themselves?
All right, the lines are open for you. Make your calls, please. 845-648-0031. 845-637-6632. 845-907-2230. Give us a call.
swami odongo yeno ebe ganzi balao Movo me wan de gong pression ide men go Uba obo gamu wenyo Mbone koile pression ide men go Uba obo gamu wenyo Me figure na go pression ide men go Uba obo gamu wenyo Ubo chigo banga gamu wenyo Uba na yena fe ganzi banga There is no vacancy, oh. Ufan game boy gong idio, oh. When you now more good as swami, oh. Don't go yeno. Get vacancy, Ukuru we me berry, oh. Don't go yeno. Get vacancy, Carry angel me, Banse berry, oh. Don't go yeno. Get vacancy, Carry angel me, Una yene berry, oh. Don't go yeno. Get vacancy, Buya yetumeyo, Bege Jodi, return to sender.
Alright, returning to sender. This is Radio Biafra USA 2, where lines are open for you. Make your calls if you have anything to say. It's 845-907-2230, 845-648-0031, 845-637-6632. The lines are open, very, very much open. Talk about the issues that concern us. I started with our leader, Mazi Iyke's incarceration. And I'm hearing from a Rise TV that he's right now in the hospital, so I'm trying to get that tape. If you call me in, I couldn't find that tape. But if you call me in and any of you have this information, please let's talk about it and see what happens. I'm still very angry that this so-called content creators that call themselves lawyers did not allow our leader to speak in court. But I heard that they're going back to court on the 8th or the 10th. I don't know, any of those 2 days. And that's a few days from now. They will go to court again and see what happens if they will give him the chance to talk, because I really need our leader to broadcast in the court. I won't call it broadcast, but to talk in court. Because that would be like talking to the whole world and telling the world what our plights are. Cannot rely on cases somebody who is kidnapped from Kenya and brought back to Nigeria, and you're expecting the judge to jump on it without you making it, even if the thing is in the news. And this is supposed to be a judge. You guys are lawyers, and you know that when judges, they don't judge cases based on what they hear say. No. What they do is what is on their face, on their desk. You didn't take it there. You didn't down on you. That those are things that you're supposed to do. You're expecting somebody. I don't really know. Honestly, I don't understand it. It's very hard for me to understand. I can't believe that case like that, when the man is abducted, you could have allowed Mazi Iyke to come to court and question him. So we will know exactly what happened to him. How he was abducted, from where, what happened, where did they take you, how the tortures that they went through. We want the world to know these things. But these are so-called content creators, because I know that if it was Zakome or Ejiofor were still their lawyers the way they are, believe me sincerely, the world would know, because you'll be given the chance to speak to the world. But these idiots, the content creators, that's what Motosha called them, they came in there for them to take a glory for what they did not do, the job they did not do, because they didn't know what to do. They wanted him they want to take the glory. Okay, we are the ones that, we are the ones that went in the Nnamdi, we took him by our hand, and we walked from us side by side until we got back to Afaruku Ibeku. That's all you wanted. But till today, our leader is still there. Because when Azakome was doing his job, it was like, this was not one. Yeah, as soon as we go in there, we're going to take him. He went there to beat Tayako. Tayako just fooled them. Said, look at these idiots. Take him. So remove these two people and you see, I'll give you bail. And what happened? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still there up till today. And the one that they just brought in, that is supposed to be very intelligent and smart, they have not done anything to change anything. They even gotten worse. So, if they lost the opportunity of giving our leader the chance to speak to the world, because addressing that court is like speaking to the entire world, they did not give him that chance. And but a good thing is that this will get more people anyway. That's the positive side that I look at this whole thing, is that even though they didn't succeed in putting him in, made him lose the opportunity to speak. Now there become more people. It was like boxing, you go there on the first day and something stupid happens, the next day the crowd will be more, So that's what we are saying. We have to know what to do. But this time, please, then let us. I just wish that our two former lawyers will be in court on that day to see what's going to happen, because I honestly, all my thoughts on them. They are the ones, because they could have given Mazi Nnamdi the chance to finish his job, because his job is to actualize Biafra and to bring Nigeria down to the lowest ebb. So that court could have allowed him to do that, because even today, most countries are talking now. I heard somebody saying something in Ghana, and they are planning, because Nigeria does not obey the rule of law. They think that they can do whatever they are doing. Somebody used the case of Simon Ekpa to say something that, look at it, this man was only tried within how many months? But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been there for years now. Because this is not a country. Nigeria is not a country, and whether you want to accept it or not. And somebody said, to those calling Nigeria a zoo, that they should be prosecuted. Nigeria is worse than zoo now, because if you know what zoo is, if you've been to the zoo, you discover that in the zoo, animals have their cages, and they have the way they live. They don't just run around the place without having control. All right, the lines are still very much open for you. Give us a call.
Most High, called by the name of God, the Creator. Wise men from the east, south, and the middle, great Biafran people. But they kill it to idol worship, and we lost the faith of our God. And as we were lost in idol worship, the British entered in. Trading on the Niger, exploiting your people, trading by barter. You give me palm oil and take soup, so them enter there. I brought in civilization, brought in your religion, and told us about America. And we embraced them. I never knew them got Nigeria water. With religious pitted us amongst our brethren, with denomination teared us apart. Building churches, schools and hospitals. We never knew we had to pay this much to be your place forever. Oh, na, na. So we fought so hard against them systems, fighting against them schisms. We fought so hard against them systems, fighting against them schisms. But our lives have gone poor. At the very spot we left our maker. Now is the time to be restored. Great Biafra be restored. I want freedom for my people. Freedom for Biafra. Biafra, land of the rising sun. Land of the rising sun. Biafra, my home, my father. The descendants of Abraham. Biafra, from Father Isaac. The descendants of Jacob. Biafra is a reality. My fatherland. My original legend.
Why are you people lying? Why don't you tell them they want an independent Biafra? Oh, they're fighting for their freedom. So tell everything to Chukwuka who asked us to come. Not by our own might, nor power, nor will, but by the grace of the Most High.
Back in 1914, amalgamation, colonial masters, criminal masters, I'm a sinner soldier, named Frederick Lugar, brought together.
All right, this is Radio Biafra USA 2. The lines are still open for you, but I'm playing some clips. And anytime you feel like calling me, I will turn off the clips and I will listen to you. Stay tuned. This is Radio Biafra. All right, I finally found the rice thing that was talking about Mazi Iyke Peters. So let's start with it and listen to what they have to say. But please call me if you have time. You want to call, you want to talk.
IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, who remains in custody of the Department of State Services while facing trial on terror-related charges, despite the 2022 Court of Appeal ruling that discharged and acquitted him. We also have reports, and we know that the DSS, under the current Director General Adiola Ajayi, has been accelerating trials, including the trial of Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous peoples of Biafra. Today, he was seen arriving at the courtroom for the ruling on his no-case submission at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Rufai, like I highlighted in my report here about, this story that had been trending all week about these terrorists in Katsina negotiating and warning security operatives not to use the kinetic approach. And you juxtapose it with the detention of the leader of the indigenous peoples of Biafra. You'd see this disparity. Where is the fairness? These are the conversations that have been had so far.
There's a lot of unfairness in this country, and some people rank higher than some. Not to say the DSS have not prosecuted some terror, of extractions of the North, but when you openly see people negotiating and bandits doing all sorts what they do, and you see people like Nnamdi Kanu, that by the way is in the hospital now because they had to push until they got into the hospital because of his ill health, and you're wondering what is going on. Prior to President Buhari leaving office, some Igbo leaders went for a political solution. Somebody would have thought that the likes of President Buhari would have prevailed upon that. But nothing happened. President Tinubu is in there now. A lot of people have been talking about the political solution. To no avail. Nnamdi Kanu has come out to constantly condemn the evils going on in this southeastern part of the country. Then at the same time, you see bandits carrying their guns or their AK-47s or their machinery and coming out and even threatening the military, and local government officials are meeting with them. I mean, this is the imbalance we talk about. So please, if the government wants to redeem itself, we need to see those bandits that are being brought to book.
Yes.
Because it looks as though they have permeated into the ecosystem. It looks like they are stakeholders in society. Look at them. They are stakeholders. They even have uniform. And after, when they hold the bandit, the next day they will show Ashura B for them. They will say they are rehabilitating the lives of bandits. I mean,
Yeah. Well, all right. This is the conversation that is out there now, and I thought it was important to bring it out there for the federal government's response to these concerns about, even the people from the north and the people in the southeast and the agitation for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I believe I also saw a report from the governor of Abia State, Alex Oti, talking about the fact that all southeast governors are, pushing for his release at this moment. We'll follow up on the story. Terrorists and the case of detained IPOB leader.
You see, when we listen to this, you see, they are still talking, but they are so afraid. I don't know what they're afraid of. Is it afraid of losing your job? Is it afraid of losing your life? What? You see, when Rufai was, Hussaini, when he was talking, Ojiokbe wasn't comfortable. Listen to her. We're in the broadcasting world. I'm not watching the TV. I'm not watching what they're doing on TV, but I am listening to her session. It's like, say her because I don't want to get in trouble. She wasn't that vocal in that, but that's the assertion. That's what she's thinking. Yeah, please just rush this. Let's Nnamdi Kanu's thing is not something that is going to we have to talk about because something we might either lose our job or somebody. My dear sisters and brothers in this station, broadcasters, you have to really make up your mind whether you want to be a broadcaster or you want to go and start selling vegetables somewhere. Because if you're going to call yourself a broadcaster in the radio, you have to be bold, you have to have the balls. It's not an easy profession. I am not one myself. I don't call myself a broadcaster. I never did it anyway. I just know that there's a microphone in front of me, and whatever comes out of my mind, I say it. I say it the way it is. It doesn't really matter to me who's what. I'm not lying against anybody. I will speak the truth and speak it to power. All right, I have a call coming in. Let me see. I can't even see the phone that is ringing. All right. Okay, maybe somebody just touched the phone because it looks like the phone rang a little bit and turned off. So like I was saying, for you to be a broadcaster, to live in the station and become a broadcaster, you have to be bold. Just do it. Because something must kill a man. You know that, right? He used to say that. And something must kill a man. We're not saying lie against anybody. We're telling you to be just. Criminals are invited. Terrorists are invited to a meeting. These are known terrorists. They are known to have a camp. And they are coming there. They're challenging the authority. They come to a meeting with their AK-47 slapped around their waist. And you are giving them peace deal. You think the world is not watching. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu spirit is the thing that is blinding all of you. He said it. I was going to destroy this country. I was making Somalia is going to look better. And you are helping him. Because initially you didn't believe him. You just thought that this is one of the rabble-rousing. He will come here and make some noise and get away. He's not going to do anything. So we can do whatever we like and get away with it. Well, you have been trying to do what you like, but it's not working out for you. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Miss Grant, I'm calling from Gambia. I'm from Aguilera, Mambala. Mazi, thank you for the good work you are doing for Biafrans. I want to thank BOS. They are doing a marvelous job. Mazi, what I want to say this afternoon is number one, if the Nigerian government want to release our leader, after the submission of what is the name? This man who write book for the first time, Babangida write book. After the book of Babangida, after we even reach to dismiss Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, say this man let this man go. After the book of Babangida, after they review the book, they bring the book. After that book, that time, I think they're supposed to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because Igbo was no guilty for Igbo person. They say that it's Igbo who bring war. It's Igbo who do kill. after all the truth come out, but still now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is inside. All the politicians in Biafra land, they are going their own business. They are holding somebody's father inside. They are holding somebody's husband inside. Somebody's son inside. Our king is inside. They are holding the man. What did they want? What did they want to do again? After the submission, I think it's only the submission, even this only the submission reached to leave Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They said, let this man go. We have already offended these people. Most these people, I don't know how they will tell our Igbo people. Nigeria hate us. Nigerians, they hate Igbos. If you are Igbo, if you don't know that Nigeria hate you, know it today. Nigeria hate you so much. If you are Igbo, if you are Biafran, you are not Nigerian. Nigeria hate you so much. If you don't know it until from today that Nigeria hate you, nothing good come out from Nigeria. All what Nigeria is thinking is evil. To kill their own citizens. Nothing. Everywhere. Bad people everywhere. Taylor is negotiating with government in northern Nigeria. Our leader is inside. Somebody who goes to the outside, telling Nigeria what is coming to them. Nigeria, look at what is coming. All the prophecies will come to pass. What remains now? The man is inside. But the band killing people. All of them, the outside, enjoying themselves. Then soon I see them, they wear them clothes. They say they are the country of Boko Haram. They put them inside the police, put them inside military, put them inside Navy, put them inside every force in Nigeria, put them there. After they will start killing Nigeria. Those Nigerian military, they will start complaining. Boko Haram, they are killing. Those people, Boko Haram people, they are hated. They are the one who is killing people. You people don't know. I don't know what these Nigerian people, they call them Zoo. They say, why are they? Nigeria is worse than Zoo. That is number one. Even Zoo is even more good than Nigeria. If they call them Zoo, used to pay them. But even the Zoo is even good more than Nigeria. Mazi, thank you for the good work we are doing for Biafra. Anything they are doing, number one, we know that yes. Mazi, I actually go. Biafra must come. Biafra must come. I actually go. Not going back.
There. Thank you so much. All right, thank you very much. This is Radio Biafra USA too. Yes. And my brother, we are here. We are going to actualize our home, our country, whether they like it or not. They are all speaking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu staying in jail. I think it's the plans of Chukwu Ike Abiyama, because the opportunity will come for him to, because this lawyer so disappointed me that when they said no case submission, there's no, what do you mean no case submission? We want to hear this voice. We want to hear this voice in Achuaja more, because if he has come to court and spoken, or bully everybody, then we will know also what happened. When what happened there? Because they they went there and kidnapped him without we saying him for a while. You didn't want to hear that story? You know, the Kenya court, of course, yes, mitigated him by the point that we could have heard from the horse's mouth. He's not dead. God forbid I will know with family and then a young Roma case is different, but the man is still alive. Bring him into court. Question him. Not even questioning. Allow him to tell us his story. To make an interesting story. But all of you were rushing. No case submission. You want to show that Zakome and the other people were wasting their time. No, I'm telling you honestly. The lines are still open. Anybody who wants to make a call, please do so at 845-907-2230, 845-648-0031, 845-637-6632. I'm still on this tape that I just picked up and about Arise TV, so let's listen.
IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, who remains in custody of the Department of State Services while facing trial on terror-related charges, despite the 2022 Court of Appeal ruling that discharged and acquitted him. We also have...
Now, you see, like I was trying to tell you, this analysis here. Now, when they say with related charges, he said, listen to this from the beginning. I want you to go back to it and listen to this, because these guys, they are crooked. Some people are editing what they want to say. Nnamdi Kanu was on poop-related charges. What is poop? Somebody edited that tape. He didn't want to say terrorism or whatever related charges. No. They edit it and take it off. Let's listen. Let's listen again from the beginning.
Terrorists and the case of detained IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, who remains in custody of the Department of State Services while facing trial on terror-related charges, despite the 2022 Court of Appeal ruling that discharged and acquitted him. We also have reports, and we know that the DSS, under the current Director General Adiola Ajayi, has been accelerating trials, including the trial of Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous peoples of Biafra. Today, he was seen arriving at the courtroom for the ruling on his no-case submission at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Rufai, like I highlighted in my report here about, this story that had been trending all week about these terrorists in Katsina negotiating and warning security operatives not to use the kinetic.
When he said related, going down is removing that terrorist something. They edit it, make sure that you don't hear it. Why don't you people report live? What is wrong with that? The reporter said, these people, the terrorists are... Let me go back a little bit. I want you guys to listen, because I'm trying to show you that these television stations that are working for government, they are the problem of the people. Because they are not giving actual reports. They did what they give you. What they get, they did them. The reporters go out there, get the story, bring it into the studio, and they cut and join. I want you to listen to this one more time.
Been at the courtroom for the ruling on his no-case submission at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Rufai, like I highlighted in my report here about, this story that had been trending all week about these terrorists in Katsina negotiating and warning security operatives not to use the kinetic approach. And, you juxtapose it with the detention of the leader of the...
Now, listen. You see, they've taken out even the word. They don't say proscribed leader anymore. That one's gone. But about the meeting that they had with these terrorists, they did the word terrorists. They don't want to use it. They did it. They take it off. So the point I'm trying to make is not that these people report is relevant to us. No. I'm only telling you that they are waking up. But you know something? It will get to all of you. If you don't say it the way it is, one of your colleagues have just been taken out. You think she fell? No. They went to kill her for something, and she was running for her life, and she died. I know the investigation is not going to bring up anything. If they want to know the truth, I'm advising the family of this Sumtochu. Get foreign detectives to really give you an accurate report of what happened to your daughter, because they want to kill her. Why? Only private investigators will find this reason. And for those of you in Arise TV, you can stay there and dance and mourn and wear a black suit in memory of, but your own lives too. Because when it happened to somebody else and you don't say anything, it's not your concern. When it happens to you, it shall not be anybody's concern. Go out there and investigate and find out what killed that girl. She's making a report. And somebody is going to be implicated in that report, and they went for her. Yes. What did they rob? 14 men, armed men, going to a building to look what? Is that building the bank? Even if it is the bank, they might not even be able to get into the vault. So how much money do they have there? Are they going to carry properties or cash? Or cell phone? What? Somebody went there and murdered that woman, and we are not hearing about it anymore. Believe me, sister, the story has ended. It's not going to be heard about and talked about any other time.
Has been trending all week about these terrorists in Katsina negotiating and warning security operatives not to use the kinetic approach. And you know, you juxtapose it with the detention of the leader of the indigenous peoples of Biafra. You'd see this disparity. Where is the fairness? These are the conversations that have been had so far.
There's a lot of unfairness in this country, and some people rank higher than some. Not to say the DSS have not prosecuted some terror, of extractions of the North here, but when you openly see people negotiating and bandits doing all sorts what they do, and you see people like Nnamdi Kanu that, by the way, is in the hospital now because they had to push until they got him to the hospital because of his ill health, and you're wondering what is going on. Prior to President Buhari leaving office, some Igbo leaders went for a political solution. Somebody would have thought that the likes of President Buhari would have prevailed upon that. But nothing happened. President Tinubu is in there now. A lot of people have been talking about the political solution. To no avail. Nnamdi Kanu has come out to constantly condemn the evils going on in this southeastern part of the country. Then at the same time, you see bandits carrying their guns or their AK-47s or their machinery and coming out and even threatening the military. And local government officials are meeting with them. This is the imbalance we talk about. So please, if the government wants to redeem itself, we need to see those bandits that are being brought to book.
Yes.
Because it looks as though they have permeated into the ecosystem. It looks like they are stakeholders in society. Look at them, they are stakeholders.
Now, because you guys are the journalists, it said some Igbo stakeholders went to Buhari to beg for the release of Mazi Iyke. There was no Buhari. Those people were cabals that sat down there. Somebody was pretending to be Buhari. Somebody was wearing a face mask. It is was your responsibility as journalists to go there and find out who that person is. He's all hide and seek. They never met Buhari. By the time they went there, Buhari was no more. Bazulika Amechi went there, wasn't he? Our father. Before, when he went, whom did he see? The person he saw there, if he saw anybody, was not Buhari. Buhari had died in 2017. It was your responsibility as journalists to go there and investigate that. You wouldn't do it because you're scared. That fear that you have been scared of is not having changed. It's getting worse and worse and worse by the day. And it will get to each and every one of you. That is the truth. It is the evil that will eventually haunt all of you. Because if you think that you can just do something and get away with it today because you know you are in the office, no. You eventually get to you. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Dada Peters. Dada Peters, good
morning. Welcome to the program.
My name is Oketresh Kwan. And I'm calling from Aba province, Biafra land. Biafrans, anywhere you are on this earth, Chineke Sainile come back home. We not even joke. I'm telling you that, Peters. Anywhere you are on this earth, as long as you know, say the Biafran human being, because you bought this your motor first, you bought this your house, before land. They created you to occupy this land. Anywhere you are, anywhere. If you are anywhere outside this country, so that you people will be numbered and you will be in tight, arranged, one family. That Nnamdi Kanu is a trap to the whole world. I swear with my life, go and check, he's with them there. So that Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, will understand that we IPOP and Biafrans at large, we are not joking with our papa, our leader, our son, our brother, everything to us. That Nnamdi Kanu. As all of you valued yourself, that is how Chineke valued Nnamdi Kanu, because he's the one that created all of you. I send all him to come and save all of you. As if you people can touch him. You kidnap him. What did you do since then? All those years, do you think you will not pay him? And then Peters, I'm working on America. You see all these our leaders here. You see how formidable they are in terms of wickedness. I'm telling you, very wicked generation leaders of Biafran people. If not all of you were dead outside, we would have gone. They are here playing politics. They want to become president in 2017, 2027, 2023, 31. That day you never said you don't need any other thing than the Kanu. Let's put his son on our front line. Then Benjamin Carlo, what is your own problem to take over Abia State with this? Biawa. That the chicken does him. Onya Kero wa Chukwu Okike Abia Masimzengi. Ghana Jeremiah chapter 50, very important. Also mepele bodo sarudu mmiri ebe weapon yoja kubushani life right law. What the? He uses everybody to do his job. What you are doing his job now. Also we are not going anywhere. It is either the Kana and Biafrans and fear or the world end. And I saw it alive. Emma said that Peter so we know. Emma so Otobi come off from Kosi that my fellow human being, because you are a country, you don't want me to be free. Sure, that you are arrogant human beings everywhere. That is the United Nations that are involved with human beings, taking care of the world. You say only that they can have their captain in dungeon. Go and check. They are the people that brought this language for us. I want us to say, we have our own food. I don't all this chemical processed food. No. We are the son of this land. And every essay, now live. Content. That then of the Kayana, you can be continuable. Telebuga, you wine, Makakuru, Doyle, Papa, Telebu, that's all you wait the time from it. Yeah, now Papa get on. Now Papa get on. Oh, that I look who know. The federal government's response to these that is energy seeker on that in the southeast and the agitation for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I believe I also saw a report from the governor of Abia State, Alex Oti, talking about the fact that all southeast governors are, pushing for his release at this moment. We'll follow up on this story.
All right, Kola, good morning. Thank you very much, and the lines are still open for you, guys. Please make your call at 845-648-0031, 845-637-6632, 845-907-2230. All right, we're still here, taking your calls if you have anything to say.
Trial of Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous peoples of Biafra. Today, he was seen arriving at the courtroom for the ruling on his no-case submission at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Rufai, like I highlighted in my report here about, this story that had been trending all week about these terrorists in Katsina negotiating and warning security operatives not to use the kinetic approach. And, you juxtapose it with the detention of the leader of the indigenous peoples of Biafra. You'd see this disparity. Where is the fairness? These are the conversations that have been had so far.
There's a lot of unfairness in this country, and some people rank higher than some. Not to say the DSS have not prosecuted some terror, of extractions of the North, but when you openly see people negotiating and bandits doing all sorts what they do, and you see people like Nnamdi Kanu, that by the way is in the hospital now because they had to push until they got him to the hospital because of his ill health, and you're wondering what is going on. Prior to President Buhari leaving office, some Igbo leaders went for a political solution. Somebody would have thought that the likes of President Buhari would have prevailed upon that.
Those people that went there, they did not meet Buhari. Buhari had died. It was Festus Keyamo and his people that were there, his cabal. So there was no Igbo leader that went there to meet Buhari. This is their responsibility as journalists. On this very thing that I'm talking about this morning, I want people to think. Listen to the whole thing. Now, Ojiokwe is the one that's reporting it. Who is commenting on it? The bold guy. Rufai Hussaini is the strong one. The one that the devil amongst them is not talking today. Normally, when they bring issues like this, they all pass their comments. It's probably not... doesn't have the balls, but something, whether you have the balls to do it or not, when that wave comes in, it's going to clean out everybody. Whether you have the balls to talk or not, you don't talk, it doesn't matter. Person will go die.
But nothing happened. President
the lines are still open.
Now, people are talking about the political solution.
Say 845-907.
Nnamdi Kanu has come out to constantly condemn the evils going on in this southeastern part of the country. Then at the same time, you see bandits carrying their guns or their AK-47s or their machinery and coming out and even threatening the military. And local government officials are meeting with them. I mean, this is the imbalance we talk about. So please, if the government wants to redeem itself, we need to see those bandits that are being brought to book.
Yes.
Because it looks as though they have permeated into the ecosystem. It looks like they are stakeholders in society. And look at them, they are stakeholders. They even have uniform. And after, when they hold the bandit, the next day they will show Ashwa for them. They will say they are rehabilitating the lives of bandits. I mean,
yeah. Well, all right. This is the conversation that is out there now, and I thought it was important to bring it out there for the federal government's response to these concerns about, even the people from the north and the people in the southeast and the agitation for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I believe I also saw a report from the governor of Abia State, Alex Oti, talking about the fact that all southeast governors are, pushing for his release at this moment.
You see, when you listen to this report, you discover that they are just forced to do what they are doing right now, because there's nothing else that they can do. You must talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We said it. You must talk about IPOB. If you don't talk about IPOB, you'll be forced to talk about IPOB. Forced, not that they're going to put their gun on your head, no. Because you have listeners that are running away from your broadcasts. They are listening to other channels that are growing. As you know, so the point is that if you don't take advantage of the fact that you have most of the listeners and you start lying to them and telling them what they want to hear, what they think is trending, and they are the ones reporting, and you are not taking them seriously, they will stop listening to you. And that is exactly what these stations are facing right now. So not because they love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they want to talk about Mazi. They look at this reluctantly. Because this one that they're talking about that is trending, the whole of last 2 weeks now, it's been trending, is everywhere. How these people will go to meeting. This is somebody who is a kidnapping kingpin. He has his den. And they're negotiating with him, giving him peace, telling him how much they're going to pay him or how many people he's going to release. And he promised them that he was going to release X wide number of people. He did, and they are not keeping their own promise. The government is not keeping their own promise. They're negotiating. Negotiating with bandits. Nigeria, it's very good to be alive to see what is going on in Nigeria, I'm telling you honestly, because, most of our colleagues that have passed on did not have this privilege that we have now to see what is going on, because Nigeria is not going to change. There's nobody that can fix Nigeria. You cannot. You can't. There are no two ways about it. Somebody else said that Nigeria is irreparably damaged. I heard that word yesterday from somebody who was being interviewed, and they asked him what's the solution. He said the solution is, I think he used one word. He said you can interpret that to mean anything that you want it to be. So eventually Nigeria is all gone. It's gone for good. And whether you want to take it or you don't want to take it, you want to believe it or you don't want to believe it. This is Radio Biafra. We keep on saying it the way it is. We are not scared of anything. Like I said, we are not gagged. We speak our mind. Even if you don't like what we are saying, well, it's left for you. We have been saying this over the years on Radio Biafra. I've been announcing from the time our leader was doing the broadcast alone till today. If we go back into the archives and listen to what he has always said, nothing have changed. So if anybody is out there doesn't want to believe it, at this point, it's left for you. Believe it or don't believe it, Biafra is going to remain the truth that it is.
Sanctions come for you. Your children, your family, your assets will be frozen. We are going towards them.
Yes, so, I told you people that this illegal...
Now they're threatening to close the assets of Nigerians everywhere. for not obeying the law, for being not following the rule of law. Their own laws, they don't even obey. Talk more the laws of other nations. They're kidnappers, they're stealing, the government is kidnapping. Even the government went to Kenya to kidnap somebody and bring them back to Nigeria for trial. Now you're blaming the Nigerian citizens for the kidnap. No, they are learning. It's what the government have shown them. That is lucrative business. That's what they get involved in. Fulani will drag you guys to the grave. Check the whole world. I told you I had a woman, I think somewhere from that area. She was talking about these Fulani people. She called them Fula. You say Fula? Now the Fula, there's no way in the world where they ever have political office. No way. They're coming from the Fota Jalon. Even where they come from, they don't allow them to rule because they have no knowledge about leadership. It's somebody who started at 7 years old to talk to the cows and animals. That's all. That's I don't know. Going to school for them is not something like I'm saying. I believe in giving them their own nation, but they should run a nation that is their own. Not trying to bring in people, normal people, into their nation. No, they should lock them up in a nation, leave them with their cow and their goats and whatever, and let them do what they know how to do. Let them not come out into the real world because they are not in the real world. But they are entirely different set of people, different breed. So this is exactly what is going on. That's why they are terror to the world, and I think God created them that way to make sure that they terrorize everybody. And they are doing it so well. All right, this is Radio Biafra USA 2. I don't know what's happening. The phones are not ringing, so I hope the phones are working anyway. But anyway, somebody called on one particular phone anyway that is working. I don't know about the rest of them. Sometimes these things do happen. We don't have any choice, and we have to use it the way it is. So if you're out there and you still want to make a call, it's 845-907-2230, 648, I'm sorry, 0031, 845-637-6632. Give us a call. The lines are still very much open. We'll be here in the next couple of 10 minutes from now. We'll call it a day. And just to remind you also that tomorrow is Wednesday. Every Wednesday, the people from Australia, the IPOB in Australia, they come on air. So hopefully by tomorrow, they will be here at the same time on Radio Biafra USA 2 that hosts them. So make sure that you stay tuned for the Australians tomorrow. But meanwhile, the lines are still very much open for you.
The issue of Mazi Iyke Peters has become a global issue. Every part of the whole African continent, they are against this illegal detention. And the plan now is to suspend Nigeria from every foreign group they belong because they don't obey the rule of law. Now, Wahala Nigeria don't find for themselves like this. I told you guys, see, before we continue with this live broadcast from Accra, Ghana by Dr. David Matanga, my people, there is a serious recommendation for Nigeria. The request for the assessment and recommendation for the suspension of Nigeria, like suspension of Nigeria and Cameroon by the Ministerial Action Group, CMAG of the Commonwealth. Imagine, Nigeria know they obey rule of law. Why are they still detaining Mazi Iyke Peters? Nigeria have been exposed though. Nigeria, like every part of, most of you on X, you people see what thing they happen for X, but when I see the kind tweet where foreign people, they even tweet about Nigeria. Nigeria has been exposed. And because of their stubbornness, the stubbornness of Nigeria government, now bring all this problem for them. My people, let's go into this particular request by Pan-African chairman for the suspension of Nigeria.
All right, the lines are still very much open. Let's take some music before we take calls again. Yes, the video just paused for what would I call it, advertisement? So
your children, your family, your assets will be frauded. We are going towards it.
Yes, so I told you people that
your assets will be frozen in Nigeria. That's what they're telling you. They're warning you that they're going to do that, and then they're warning you that they're going to freeze your assets, and then for you to understand that they are very serious. They want to show you that they are very, very serious in what they are doing. They are not threatening you. They're telling you that they are going to freeze your assets for you to understand that following the rule of law is what you signed for. You signed for the laws to be, and then you don't want to follow it. It doesn't work like that. You have to really abide by the law, become citizens of the world like every other country. You don't just sit down there and do whatever you think you want to do without following the rule of law. You have to do that. All right, this is Radio Biafra USA 2. Stay tuned. Don't go away.
Oh, nada, land of the righteous, John Lovine, my originality. Land of the righteous, Biafra, land of the righteous, Biafra, my home, my fatherland. Biafra, land of the rising sun. Biafra, my home, my fatherland. We are children of the Most High, called by the name of God, the Creator. Wise men from the east, south, and the middle, great Biafran people. We're taking it to idol worship and we lost the faith of our God. And as we wallowed in idol worship, the British entered in, trading on the Niger, exploiting their people, trading by barter. You give me palm oil and take soup, so them enter there. I brought in civilization, brought in their religion, and told us about America, and we embraced them. I never knew them got ulterior motive. With religious pitted us amongst our brethren, with denomination teared us apart. Building churches, schools and hospitals. We never knew we had to pay this much to be your place forever. Oh, Nana. So we fought so hard against them systems, fighting against them schisms. We fought so hard against them systems, fighting against them schisms. But our lives have gone poor. At the very spot we left our America. Now is the time to be restored. Great Biafra be restored. I want freedom for my people. Freedom for Biafra. Biafra, land of the rising sun. Land of the rising sun. Biafra, my home, my father. The descendants of Abraham. Biafra, from Father Isaac. The descendants of Jacob. Biafra is a reality. My fatherland, my originality.
Why are you people lying? Why don't you tell them they want an independent Biafra? Oh, they're fighting for their freedom. So all everything to Chukwuka who asked us to come. Not by our own might, nor power, nor will, but by the grace of the Most High.
Back in 1914.
All right, I think I've come to almost to the end of today's program. So before I go, I gotta leave you with this poetry that I told you I love very much, and I want you to listen to it because this is like a warning, not just to the world alone, but not to Biafrans alone, but for the entire world. When they see evil, talk about it. Don't keep quiet. Don't say it doesn't concern you. Because if you say that it doesn't concern you, trust me, one day you're going to be a victim yourself. This is Radio Biafra.
Let's have peace with him. Another man allegedly committed a crime in a faraway land. They say catch him, bring him, okonkonize him, jail him. You son of Amadi must pay for it. United States of America is clear and sound when she said that she does not negotiate with terrorists. That law is sacrosanct. Be it Republican or Democratic in power. Africa, I ask, have we gotten to the point where we now negotiate with bandits? They say town crier. You of all people should know that for us to achieve some certain level of peace, we must negotiate with some corrupt elements. I say, really? They say, yes. That is what equity is all about. I say, really? Is it not our ancestors who say that he who goes to equity must go with clean hands? Because equity looks at the intent rather than the form. What is good for Kabiru is good for Okonkwo. What is good for Okonkwo is good for Ayomide. The same thing is good for Edidion, Ikaite, and Idongesit. They say, town crier, must you talk in everything? I say, yes, I must talk. They say, why? I say, because when Hitler went for the Jews in the Holocaust, I said nothing because it doesn't concern me. When King Leopold went for the Congolese, hands were cut off for low supplies of diamond. I said nothing because it doesn't concern me. When they went for the Vietnams, I said nothing because it doesn't concern me. Between 1967 to 1970, the Nigerian Biafra Civil War, I said nothing because it doesn't concern me. When they came for me, no one said nothing because it doesn't concern them. There might be a time that we are powerless in the face of injustice, but there should never be a time when we fail to speak up and speak out to power. Africa, you don't only speak when your kinsman is involved. You speak when evil is around the corner, because you never know when it will knock at your door. Nigeria, selective justice can never lead you to social change. No society can achieve social change with selective justice. It never happens. When you negotiate with bandits, you are simply rewarding crime and telling the innocent that they will be punished. What you have when you negotiate with bandits is not peace. It is weakness, because you are connotatively and denotatively saying to other people to commit crime and come and receive an handshake. If you do not change your ways, we have no choice than to fold our arms and akimbo and join Chinua Achebe to scream, things fall apart and the center cannot hold. Wisdom Africa is a principal thing. Make sure you check my book on how African farmers can preserve African seed to protect our continent. Nigeria, change your ways. Change your ways. Wisdom Africa.
Thank you very much. That was a very good message to end this program. It sends us a message. When it's happening to Kireke, talk. When it happens to Amadu, talk. When it's happening to anybody, speak up. Because one day to get back to you. 4 fingers is pointing back at you when you point at somebody else. That is how we want, that is how we roll. We are the indigenous people of Biafra, we are Biafrans. Gradually, Nigeria is like a jigsaw puzzle, and we're taking them off one by one. Removing the thorns, removing the bad eggs, removing the places that are supposed to be removed. So that one day, a new nation will emerge, and the name of that nation is going to be Biafra. Is Biafra or never? But let me remind you, that's why we keep telling you that Biafra is our religion. And on Radio Biafra, that's what we worship. That's why we tell the truth. That's why we disseminate the truth for you to grow. Please pay attention, more attention to Radio Biafra every single day that you listen to Radio Biafra. It's all 247. Be an addicted, get addicted to listen to Radio Biafra. And each day you listen to it, I'm sure you, my brothers and sisters, you will grow. If you were 1 inch, you'll be like 2 inches, because each day it adds. Before you know it, you have grown. beyond all reasonable doubt. From me, my name is Mazi Iyke Peters. I'll have to say goodbye, but don't forget to stay tuned because Mazi Iyke USA 1 is going to be here next. From here and tomorrow, very special, I have to announce it again. The Australians will come on board. The IPOB in Australia, they come on board during my time and being hosted by this station. So they'll be here tomorrow. Stay tuned, don't go away. For them, make sure that you stay with them. And for now, Mazi Iyke will be up here in the next quarter of an hour. USA 1 will come on board. From me, it's goodbye. Don't forget, please put our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, always in your daily devotion. Pray for him because he is doing all he's doing for us. And we don't have to forget him. We have to be with him spiritually. I know he's praying for us also wherever he is because he has made it been known to us that he prays for us 7 times a day. But for those of us who cannot do 7 times, just make sure that when you get up in the morning, just give devotions, thank God for him. And then when you're going to bed, remember him in your prayer, that you dream of him and yes, all is well. Biafra is here to stay and there's nothing anybody can do about it. From me, it's goodbye. To bed, remember him in your prayer, that you dream of him and yes, all is well. Biafra is here to stay and there's nothing anybody can do about it. From me, it's goodbye. Anybody can do about it. From me, it's goodbye. But from me, it's goodbye.
We are live on Radio Biafra on Facebook. Radio Biafra. If you go to Facebook and you search for Radio Biafra, you'll find us there. We are live. We are live right now. And then we are also live on Sunrise on Radio Biafra. We are live on Sunrise on Radio Biafra. We are live on both of them, both Radio Biafra and Sunrise on Radio Biafra. Therefore, you must join us in this conversation this morning. This morning, we will be joined very soon by Mazi, fearless IPOB evangelist, Mazi Madabuchi Wachuku, very, very soon. In about 20 minutes, he'll be joining us. And the conversation we'll be having is what to expect when Biafra is restored. What to expect when Biafra is restored. So that conversation is what we'll be having this morning, very, very soon. So I did play a clip earlier on. I did play the clip of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, where he was giving you information on how they have been pestering him to declare Biafra. How they were saying to him, oh, come on, what are you waiting for? Just declare Biafra, you know. And he said, as wonderful as that sounds, as wonderful as it sounds, oh, we are declaring Biafra, you know, that is not the way to do it. There are procedures, there are processes. For you to engage in anything, you must understand the process, you must understand the procedure. And our leader said, no, we cannot declare Biafra without following the due process. And what are these due processes? He made mention of several factors, like there will be proper consultation. It is actually you, the Biafran, the way you said, you know what, you are our leader, you are our supreme leader. It is the same way that you will give the authority, that you give the auction and say, you know what, declare Biafra. So there is no need for anybody shouting, I am declaring Biafra, I am declaring Biafra. Biafra does not belong to one person. Biafra belongs to all of us. We are all Biafrans. And the authority will come from all of us because this is a collective effort. Yesterday I did say that We cannot do this job without you guys. Yes, we cannot do it without you guys. So it is the support, the encouragement that we receive from you guys that makes us to keep pushing, because you are there, because you are listening. That is why we are here. And this is the truth about Biafra, restoration of Biafra. The mandate has discharged and acquitted him. Somebody sitting in one office says, you know what, I do not want to obey this law. So this is not the type of a community that will build. This is not the type of community that we are looking for. We are looking for our freedom so that we can establish the kingdom of God upon this earth. The kingdom of God upon this earth. Maybe someday we have a conversation in that direction. But the stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and thousands of Biafrans who have been abducted, who have been kidnapped and are suffering in different dungeons, different places, held illegally by the Nigeria government. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped and tortured for 8 days in Kenya. He was kidnapped, he was tortured for 8 days in Kenya. On the 19th of June 2021 was the day the Nigeria government went to Kenya and kidnapped him. And recently, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has made it clear that the DSS are in the know, that because he has seen some of those people who kidnapped him in the DSS. He has seen them in the DSS walking around proudly, not ashamed of what they have done. On the 19th of June 2021, the Nigeria government kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya. They tortured him in Kenya for 8 days before they extraordinarily renditioned him to Nigeria. And since then, Nigeria government has continued to illegally incarcerate him in the DSS dungeon, Abuja. This is against the rulings of various courts of competent jurisdiction, both in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. IPOB stands for the unconditional release of not only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but all Biafrans. For example, Nonsonkwa was kidnapped by Nigeria government, and when it seemed like there was uproar on social media, they decided to charge him. Charge him for what? What did he do? This is a man that committed no crime. He's a man that is simply an activist, speaking up for those who need help, giving help to those who do not have a voice. And the Nigeria government, they do not like that. They do not like that. Tough for them. We are not going anywhere. We are not going to lie back and say, okay, we give up. No, we are not going to do that. Nigeria government is the one that will give up. Therefore, we are saying that they must stop the abduction, they must stop the dehumanization, they must stop the extrajudicial killing of our people. Now, I want to give you an update on Nonsonkwa, the persecuted journalist and activist. And this is a piece written by Mazi Iyke Peters. It says, update on Nonsonkwa, the persecuted journalist and activist. It says Nonsonkwa was in court on Tuesday, 26 November 2024. Guess what happened? The person standing as his prosecutor was the almighty Attorney General of Imo State. Imagine such a personality coming to prosecute Nonsonkwa, who is just a journalist and an activist. One might be asking why they sent such a powerful figure in Imo State. The answer is simple. They want to intimidate the presiding judge. Do you think Nonsonkwa can get justice when the Attorney General of a state has an interest in the case to the extent that he made himself the prosecutor? This is clear evidence that Hope Uzodimma, the Fulani appointed governor of Imo State, wants Nonsonkwa dead. It is quite unfortunate that those who have decided to challenge the evil system have all been caged by the demons running Nigeria. I want to demand that people of goodwill join their voices to call out Imo State Governor. If you can't write, then copy this and paste on your wall, okay? Nonsonkwa is being persecuted and not prosecuted, written by Mazi Iyke Peters. This is one of the things we are talking about, how Nigeria government is hell-bent on ensuring insecurity, ensuring lawlessness, ensuring that nothing goes forward, that anybody who actually brings anything positive is stepped on. And we are saying enough is enough. Okay, let me also give you this information coming from the desk of Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor. It says, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. What an awesome Christmas victory, stroke gift, which Ezigbo Muchineke. Please, Ezigbo Muchineke, join us in appreciating the Almighty Chukwu Okike Abiyama that he has done it again today. The Federal High Court of Nigeria, sitting in Abuja, has just discharged and acquitted 50 Biafrans, consisting of both young and old men and women, illegally held since the first day of December 2023. This calls for not only celebration, but a victory dance. Recall that these innocent citizens were illegally arrested by the overzealous Nigeria security agents in Anambra State on the first day of December 2023, while on their way to participate in a burial ceremony. They were afterwards bundled and transported to Abuja and subsequently charged on a frivolous and unfounded allegation of engaging in terrorism activities and meetings. In charge number FHC-ABJ-CR-8-2024. Hearing was fully conducted as the prosecution fielded 4 witnesses in proof of their case. At the end of the prosecution's case, we filed a no-case submission for which the court ruled upon today. In a well-considered, incisive, profound, and erudite judgment delivered this morning, be the 29th day of November 2024, by an erudite jurist, His Lordship, Honorable Justice J.K. Omotosho, the court comprehended no case submission and subsequently discharged these innocent Biafrans on all the 3-count charge and accordingly acquitted them too. I want to use this opportunity to state that this case was done pro bono. We never collected a kobo from any of the defendants' relatives. Neither do we intend to collect a dime from any of them tomorrow. We shall continue to appreciate God Almighty for His infinite blessings and grace upon our lives. May I most profoundly appreciate the efforts of my erudite colleagues in chambers who diligently prosecuted this defense along with me and who had effectively stood in for me when the occasion demands. I cannot complete this note without saying a word of thanks to Barrister Habila Tushak, Barrister Chimwanya Emenari, and our indefatigable head of chambers, who superintended over all the chambers' pre-trial meetings that grounded this unprecedented victory. To him alone shall all the glory and adoration be subscribed unto. May his name be forever praised. May I also use this opportunity to appreciate all Ezigbo Muchineke and our indefatigable supporters for always being there for us. Your prayers are impacting. We shall continue to legally intervene to secure the freedom of all innocent Biafrans and the oppressed who are being held illegally in various detention facilities across the states. We further admonish our people to continue to remain law-abiding as they have always been. Jettison any teachings that promotes violence, as it can never prosper any ideology anchored on a quest for freedom, even as we collectively continue to move forward. This is signed by Saifani Ejiofor Esquire, KSC, November 29, 2024. So this is about the release of 50 Biafrans who were abducted last year in Anambra. On the 1st of December last year, they were abducted from Anambra and sent to Abuja. Abducted from Anambra and sent to Abuja, and you'll be asking yourself, what is going on? What kind of a country is that? What type of people are these? These are so-called leaders who do not want the growth of their country. I mean, you are a leader, you're supposed to lead the people right, you're supposed to lead them towards advancement. But no, these people are not interested in the growth of Nigeria. They are not. They are not interested in the growth of Nigeria. So, like I said, very soon we'll be introducing our brother Mazi, fearless IPOB evangelist, Mazi Madabuchi Wachuku. And today we'll be having a conversation bordering on what to expect when Biafra is announced. What are you supposed to expect? What is it that you are supposed to know? What are you supposed to know? When Biafra is proclaimed, what steps will be taken? Is it you just declare Biafra and you are still in Nigeria? You know, because most of us were not around, were not alive when Biafra was declared in 1967. As a matter of fact, most of us, we've never, fought for freedom before, most of us. So this is a new terrain. For most of us, this is a new terrain. So we do not know. We are going by experience for most of us. We are experiencing as we get to that point. This is why there is great need to have leadership who understands the direction that things are supposed to take. And on this note, I want to ask you to ensure that your support for the Eastern Security Network, that you support them in whichever way possible. Make sure that you keep supporting the men and women of the Eastern Security Network. It is very, very vital for our own survival. It is vital for our own survival. And make sure that we invest in our land. Make sure that you invest in our land. It doesn't have to be $1 billion. It doesn't have to be $1 million. You can start wherever you are with the little that you can. You know, anything, any little thing you can invest in, it's good. And also this is for us to think of development. You know, like for instance, we have very, very gifted people in our land. When these people, these wonderfully gifted people, they should be thinking of things, innovations that will help develop our land. Innovations that are needed at this critical moment of our civilization, of our development. Okay, let's go to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu once more. Let's listen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu once more before I introduce our brother this morning. Let's listen to what he had to say about the declaration of Biafra. What should precede that and what should come after that? Let's listen.
sat down. Another person came out a few days ago to say he's declaring Biafra. It is an insult to our collective intelligence that anybody should come out to declare anything without proper consultation. You know, they try to accuse us of not consulting properly. What we are doing is the groundwork. Our people are Republicans. Our people are Democrats by nature. Everybody wants to be consulted. And when the time comes, everybody will be consulted. As I said before, they tried to push me to declare Biafra, and I said, no, I cannot declare Biafra. I don't have the authority. Everybody will be consulted. As I said before, they tried to push me to declare Biafra, and I said, no, I cannot declare. Biafra. I don't have the authority. As I said before, they tried to push me to declare Biafra, and I said, no, I cannot declare Biafra. I don't have the authority. I am
Greetings to our listeners. This is live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. We are coming to you through Radio Biafra London and IPOB Community Radio, directed by leaders Mazi Iyke. My name is Mazi Iyke Peters. Today is October 7, 2025. We welcome our listeners for today, on today's broadcast, and a short time after the top of the hour, we have our normal program, Campaign for Freedom, across the US, across the world, across the globe, campaigning for freedom. All of us are now hearing what is going on. We are seeing it. It's a pity that at the core of our issue is foreign intervention. The core of our issues in Africa in general is foreign intervention. They've not let us alone. They've not. And I don't think they are. Because as far as we have our people who are just so inferior, yes, our people are inferior. Those that are brave are undermined by those that are inferior. Let me explain what I mean. There are some Africans. Nigeria is an exception because the worst of the betrayers are from Nigeria, from the country Nigeria. But little did we know that those African countries will continue to underrate, understand the global situation more than Nigerians. More than Nigeria as a whole. And when you make that statement, they get offended. This is a textbook activities, not common sense. Why is the betrayal and inferiority complex so common in Nigeria? Because we are not the same. We are simply not the same. And the foreign governments know it. And they hold on to that strategy. What is happening in Burkina Faso? What is happening in Mali, in African countries, is just an eye-opener. And the inferiority complex is what I mean, and I'm holding on to that fact until we examine it and say, yes, that's what our problem is. How can you sell your people? How can you betray your people because a white man from somewhere extracting your resources, use the revenue from the resources they're extracting, pay you to undo your people while they sit on you and milk you and put your people below poverty level. And not only that, they stay there and arm you to oppose your brother and anybody that has a common sense, and they are using the word democracy. democracy. Is that proper? And it's the intelligentsias, those that feel that they have acquired enough education that they use, and then they permeate the military, the law enforcement, and they are good at raising opposition. These people are opposed to this, and they will get you, and they are not satisfied with your government, even if the government is doing very well. They will find a fault. When Traore took office, because it's military, they wanted Traore dead. And the same people they are going to use against Traore are the same military. And then they will put their stooge. And we tend not to understand when we are having progress. They intervene. When we are making progress, they intervene. Do a lot of undoables. And when that happens, we act like we don't know what is going on. Why will we subject ourselves to slavery? Inability to support our own. And those people that will come to convince us, why can't we convince them? Why can't we convince them? You've listened to General Musa, what he says from both sides of his mouth. The holding of Mazi Iyke as a guarantor. You hold Mazi Iyke, all will be well, but all is not well. You are still suffering. And all of a sudden, things are beginning to take a turn for the worse. You are blaming Mazi Iyke. Why? Because he is Igbo. You lied. You lied. All those people running, they are running from bad administration. They are running from bad administration because they use this administration to do something unacceptable. Let's listen to this clip because I'll show you how it relates to what we are talking about today.
And those really, people who occupy who live in these places. So now help us understand. Sometimes that's what this one an angle. Osmo and Akuyihube. Good. We want to believe you. And what the military could do is go bomb those areas. And they saw them when the balls of fire was going out, they were running away. And you didn't ask yourself, are those really people who occupy, who live in these places? So now help us understand. Sometimes this is what I'm painting this picture. Where was the police? Where was the military? How did this weapon, we don't produce arms in this country. How did this weapon come into Nigeria? Where was the police? Where was the customs? Where was the immigration? Where was the Nigerian police force? When these people came in and accessed the community and occupied their forests, nothing was done. I'm saying this because I'm first a humanist before any other thing. We don't know who the people who are being killed. We don't have an idea. Go sit down in the news, we'll hear every day that people are being killed. Do you have an idea now how these people can access a community, get into their bushes, get lead past the homes, nobody saw them, they get in there, have their formation, do what they want to do until it gets time for the military. Nobody says anything, then the military just comes and bombs.
Vivian, you see, the question you throw to the public, I think it is better answered by the public. But the ones who will do justice to here will do justice to it. Now look at, in the research, I will not in any way say that the Nigerian military or Air Force is not or should not do their work. They should do their work. But where I have issues is in the mischievous accusation they will always label on anybody they want to destroy. From the look of things, we are hearing about IPOB, we're hearing about ESN, and at a point we started hearing about the unknown gunmen. IPOB has come to say, we don't know this unknown gunmen, and government say unknown gunmen is IPOB. We have had the leader of IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, telling people, saying it that we are not violent. We are not violent. And you see the time they proscribed these people as terrorists. They were without arm. They were simply making a demand and they proscribed them and called them terrorists. Even when Fulani herdsmen who brandishes their AK-47, which is only licensed to be used by combatant soldiers, that not even police can use it, not even a private soldier can use it, but we see herdsmen brandishing it all over, and they were not tagged terrorists. And these ones without weapon were tagged terrorists. And look at the name they're coined now. Look at the name they're coined now, Operation Udoka. Which Udoka? Is it the Udo the people are looking for, or the Udo you are looking for? Because I will say that whatever grievance the IPOBs or the ESN will be throwing out now is caused by the government of Nigeria. And now, you say you are bombing their hideout, just like the question you asked. What does their hideout look like? Can anybody see their hideout? Please, if you say you're acting on intelligent report, because if you go to Southeast, we don't live like the Northerners. Most of the villages are under big Iroko tree. And these villages will go down under heavy bombardment. And you will come out to tell the media that you have bombed ACSN and the IPOB hideout. If you are saying you are bombing ESN hideout, I will understand with you because of the name security attached to them. But why bombing IPOB? Indigenous people of Biafra. Why bombing them? When they don't even have guns, they don't have weapons. You are coming with heavy weapons to fight somebody with a bare hand. It is quite difficult to understand. So I will say, this bombing you have bombed in Osumogu, this bombing you have bombed in Akui, let people go and verify who actually got bombed.
Thank you, Mazi.
You're telling us right now that they have an angry in somewhere in Osumogu and Akui. Good. We want to believe you. And what the military could do is go bomb those areas. And they saw them when the balls of fire was going out, they were running away. And you didn't ask yourself, are those really people who occupy, who live in these places? So now help us understand this. This is what I'm painting this picture. Where was the police? Where was the military? How did this weapon, we don't produce arms in this country. How did this weapon come into Nigeria?
I want you to understand the source of the comment made by this man at the studio. We have been telling you that when they say IPOB, they are not even referring to IPOB. They are referring to you. They bomb your villages and they say it's IPOB. Yes, indigenous people of Biafra. But the Igwes are not saying it. They declare IPOB terrorists. They declare Biafrans terrorists. That's what they are telling you. Report has it today that the commander of Motokun in Oyo was attacked. They did not brand Motokun terrorist. No, they did not. And they have a standing army. And now they are attacking their commanders. When we say double standard, why everything against the Biafra? Why? Why everything is against the Biafra? I'm expressing my anger towards these politicians. They have a lot to answer. They have a lot of questions to answer because the muteness they're exhibiting is unacceptable. The muteness is very, very unacceptable. I can't condone it. And if you hear the commentary they make when something happens to a Yoruba person, they come out openly and tell you we protect our own. They don't hide it. The Fulanis protect their own. The Hausas protect their own. They come out and openly demonstrate and say something. Whether you're shooting them or you're not shooting them, they don't give a damn. And if we stand and express ourselves, they shoot us and the world will see it. Now they have the chance to see it. But when Biafrans open their mouth, they are arrested, they are warned. Don't say a word. That is very belittling. It's not just understatement, just very insulting. But our people don't respond. Now, let's exclude the politicians. Let's get the politicians out of it. What about the learned? What about our so-called educated men and women? Where are they? Except few from the university that came out and said something. Nobody supported them. Except IPOB. Except Radio Biafra. But the rest, excuse me, the rest of Biafrans kept mute, kept quiet. It is the voice of the people that raise awareness. When Mazi Iyke was shouting and saying, they say, oh, where did you come from? Oh, we are doing very fine, and you're dying in silence. For somebody to chastise Mazi Iyke for raising awareness about your situation, your deplorable, very unexcusable situation. Why do we keep quiet? It's because we don't support our own. We are programmed to value outsiders. Now this is transcending outside Igbo race, outside Biafra race. Now, how did it affect Nigeria in a whole? Because we are not one. The suspicion is there, lack of trust. Hell will break loose before a Yoruba person supports a Biafra. Hell will break loose before a Biafran supports a Yoruba person. We are simply not one. Likewise, Fulanis and Hausas. and you say you're going to support somebody. No, it will not happen. That strategy was cooked and fed to us by foreign governments, and we ate them. Yes, it is a fact. We ate them, and it's in our blood. And you want to do something foreign. They're not doing it on behalf of Nigeria, they're doing it on our people. It's a Yoruba man. Our people is a Fulani man. And what position do they give to Biafrans? Oh, they know how to talk. Let's put them in a foreign department. And what do? They do the bidding of their masters, those who put them in there. They will not take that opportunity to alert the world that this is our situation, it is not good. But put a Yoruba man there, he will use that opportunity to tell the world. Put a Fulani man, look at them when they're in the UN and the ICC, see what they do. They don't give a damn whether Nigeria exists. They do what's best for the Fulanis, for the world to know that the Fulanis deserve a place on their own. But put a Biafran there, you're wasting your time. We don't see that is a problem that we need to address because we are so scattered. And then you come to Africa. It is not better. Look at what Rari is doing for people of Burkina Faso. And these foreigners are still fighting tooth and nail to go back into Burkina Faso to extract the resources. Not only just extracting the resources, use it to better their people, condition them, they live better life, and make you inferior. Listen to what's happening in Burkina Faso, where I tell you, we are very good at betraying ourselves as a result of inferiority complex spread all over Africa.
To install pro-Western leaders who would... Large-scale arms seizure took place in Burkina Faso, an event that shocked the world. In this special operation, led directly by President Ibrahim Traoré, the government intercepted 57 trucks loaded with military weapons and ammunition. The discovery left everyone asking, who were these weapons for, and who is pulling the strings behind it? The bust happened in the Canary region, near the border with Togo. During a routine patrol, border guards spotted something unusual, a long convoy moving slowly along the border late at night, at an hour when the area is normally silent. The convoy's size and strange timing immediately raised red flags. Captain Musa Kabore, the border commander, quickly alerted senior officials. Initial intelligence suggested the trucks were carrying humanitarian aid, but something felt wrong. Who delivers aid shipments at midnight? And why take back roads instead of the main route? President Traoré didn't hesitate. Realizing the danger, he called Special Forces Commander General Ibrahim Zerbo and issued a clear but cautious order. Intercept that convoy, but be careful. This could be more than just smuggling. The Special Forces moved swiftly, setting up a covert ambush along the convoy's route. Drones and helicopters tracked the trucks from above. At 4 a.m., the operation began. The road was blocked just as the convoy arrived. Taken by surprise, the drivers tried to escape, but within minutes, they were captured. When the first truck was opened, the team was stunned. Beneath sacks disguised as aid supplies were AK-47 second, M16 second, rocket launchers, grenades, everything you would expect in a full military arsenal, and every truck was the same. Captain Kabore immediately called the president. Mr. President, you won't believe this. These trucks are packed with enough weapons to equip an entire army. Calme but resolute, President Traoré replied, secure everything, do not lose a single bullet, and make those drivers talk. We must know who is behind this. Someone is preparing for war in Burkina Faso. The scale of the operation and the sheer amount of firepower involved prove this is no small-time smuggling ring. The question now is, who is planning what and why? The investigation unfolds. The captured driver, Marc-Antoine Zongo, was the first to break. Shaking with fear, he finally spoke. They told us we were hauling agricultural machine parts. We were to drop them off at a warehouse in Togo, and from there, they would be shipped overseas. But as investigators dug deeper, the story unraveled. What came to light was staggering. Most of the drivers truly had no idea what they were transporting. But the organizers, they knew exactly what they were doing. Each truck had been dispatched from a different location, at different times, using different routes. They only joined up just before crossing the border, a deliberate move to avoid suspicion. By the second day, investigators uncovered even more disturbing details. Burkina Faso's intelligence team managed to recover partial serial numbers on the weapons, even though many had been filed off. Using advanced forensic technology, they traced the weapons to surprising sources. Some were leftovers from the Libyan civil war. Others had been used in Yemen, and some were brand new, straight from the factory.
Yes, a government that is security conscious. This audio is a little bit longer than I'm not going to play all of it. I'll give you the rest of it tomorrow to point out what I'm saying. Security. They want to destabilize Burkina Faso, Chad, and Mali because they are trying to progress. That cannot happen in Nigeria. See how these terrorists are crossing the border and being nourished by the Nigerian army. Not being able to intercept them. They even drive, despite the checkpoints they have. These terrorists are able to drive through right into villages in Biafra land. But you have army checkpoints, toll booths, toll checkpoints, where they collect money from Biafrans every day, milking us. We that are paying it, we've gotten used to it. And we don't see it as anything. When you condition your mind, nothing matters anymore. You see how the government of Nigeria is baiting and aiding insecurity. How many of these people have they arrested? And when you have the local people arrest them and take them to the law enforcement offices, they tell you thank you for capturing them for us. And they, wash them, clothe them, feed them, and send them back. Insecurity. And how can that country stand? How can that country economically progress? Foreign intervention. Now, are you telling me that the soldiers don't know the sources of these kidnappers and the brain behind it? They know. And when we deal with that tomorrow, they know. Are they superior? Are they mentally equipped to say no? The life of my son is first. The future of my family is paramount. I will not allow you to destabilize my country. I will not allow myself to be used as a tool to silence the voice of reasoning. Mazi Iyke Peters. When I go forward, I go back. Let me go back. What is wrong with Ndibo? As we hammer that you people are not talking, why are you people still not talking? When even the Fulani, the Hausas are not talking for you. Some Yorubas are not talking for you. And you are not talking for you. You are not talking for your survival. everybody's keeping quiet. Why are you keeping quiet? You are proud to condemn Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, shameless people. You appear, we don't like how we talk. How does he talk? What crime did this man commit? Nothing. Trying to get you out of your misery. We are finished. We are finished because we don't have a future. I will not hesitate. Let me play you this to show you that we are done. Because those people you're looking at that are your future, they have been put in a situation where they cannot. I'll play you tomorrow. That's okay. I'll complete it. But let me play this. It's like a joke, okay? But it is not a joke. It's food for thought. Think about it. Think about what will happen in the near future. Think about what kind of generation we are having. That you send them to school. Did they go to school? Did they go to school? What did they learn? Who taught them? Who taught them? And these are the people that are going to be future of tomorrow. They don't know anything about you. They don't know anything about themselves. They don't know anything about your village. And we don't see the danger. We don't see it. We need to see these things. We need to review them. We need to see the danger. We need to. But when you don't see it, when you fail to see it, it becomes an issue. The people we are hoping to hand over power to I don't know. We want to hand them power. We want to hand them our future. It is not looking good. It is not looking good. Listen, it is not a joke. It is something serious. But listen to it.
This evening you must buy.
Amber State now.
Can you date a broker?
How will I?
Can you date a broker?
How will I date a broker? I don't understand. What will they chop, Abi?
Okay, give me 2 reasons why you cannot date a broker.
The reason is that you don't have money, nothing affordable, don't have food, don't have anything in the house. How will I date? Should I turn to a beggar? No, now. I cannot be a beggar.
Mention 4 sense organs for me.
4 sense organs.
Listen very carefully. This is not a joke.
Okay, should I tell you one? If I tell you one, you mention the other one. Number one, skin.
Bone.
Okay. Tongue.
Teeth.
Mention 4 classes of food for me.
Carbohydrate.
Yeah?
Carbohydrate.
No, boost your voice.
Carbohydrate.
Number 2.
Fanta oil.
No, boost your voice now.
Fanta oil.
How old are you?
I'm 18 years.
You are 18 years?
Yeah.
Are you in a relationship?
No, I'm not.
Have you been in a relationship?
Yes.
How many relationships have you been in?
2.
What phone are you using?
11 Pro Max.
How much is it?
550.
550,000. And what is the capital of Nigeria?
Nigeria. Is it okay?
What is the capital of Nigeria?
Like, which capital are you referring to? I don't understand.
The capital of Nigeria, FCT. What is the capital of Nigeria? Where is the federal capital territory of Nigeria?
Do you know what you just said now?
That's what I just said back to me now.
Okay. FCC.
Yeah?
FCC. FCC.
What continent are you from?
What?
Continent are you from?
Which is continent? I beg explain.
Okay, should I explain for you? Okay. Somebody from US, you know US? Yes. United States of America. Somebody from US is from North America. Okay. So where are you from? You guys from Nigeria, where are you from?
I'm from Anambra State now.
You guys from Nigeria, which continent are you from?
Anambra.
And where are you from?
I'm from Anambra State.
What's the capital of Anambra?
Capital. I don't understand.
What's the capital of Anambra State?
Capital of Anambra State. Capital. I don't understand that one.
Okay. What's your nationality?
My nationality. It's Anambra State now.
Can I hear somebody shout a good game? My people, this matter no.
It looks funny, but that shows you the depth of the sense of our people, the way we are. Those that are learning, but majority of our children have been wasted. And the mood of this girl is the same. 80% of our children are in this mode. Now, if this girl cannot tell you the capital of Anambra, cannot tell you that Africa is a continent, I wonder how they can know the condition of Biafrans with regard to Ndigo. Our guests are here. Let's switch to them. And welcome.
You know how I become a banker? I'm not telling you that Africa is a country.
Good morning, Mazi Iyke.
Welcome. You and Mazi Iyke. And they will.
Are you there?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Biafrans. Good morning, listeners. Good morning. Lovers of freedom all over the globe. Today is Tuesday, and today is a special Tuesday for the following reasons. Number one, today is our Twitter X Day. So every Biafran should be on X now and pushing it out. Today is the only Tuesday before the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra will appear Justice James Samantha Shortcut in Nigeria. A prisoner of conscience whose health is failing. But the state that kidnapped him and extraordinarily renditioned him from Kenya to Nigeria cares less. They don't worry. They wish him to die. in their captivity. Today is the last Tuesday before Mazi Iyke will make another appearance in their illegal trial of a man who committed no crime known to civilization. Thirdly, today is our usual day on campaign for Biafran freedom across America. Last week, we looked at Nigeria at 65, still under 111 years of British government stranglehold. I can tell you that from last Tuesday to today, Nigerian media is not thinking in that direction. They think that everything is okay. Nobody is thinking outside the box. People are more interested in what goes into their pocket. Today is Tuesday. We are going to be looking at Nnamdi Kanu is being persecuted in the name of trial. So before we get into it, I use the platform to my co-panelists to offer her greetings to our audience. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning, Mazi. Good morning, great Biafrans. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. From wherever you are listening to us, we're saying good morning to also all of us of freedom across the globe. Like my brother already told us how special today is. To be part of this campaign for Biafran restoration across America. We continue to put our lovely leader, Mazi Iyke, to prayers. Wherever you are, just offer a little prayer for him every morning, afternoon, evening.
Trying to get you back on the air. This is Radio Biafra USA. The connection dropped. And I would like to remind our people to redeem their pledge. Please, we make that reminder every day. While they're chairman, I'm trying to get you people back on the air. It's not going through. Yeah, I've been trying to get you back on the air. Something went wrong.
Yes, something just went off, yeah. Good Biafrans and lovers of freedom, sorry about that little glitch. Yeah, we always get that all the time. So, like who said, my name is Chioma. Be part of this campaign today, and I'm speaking from America. I hail from Owerri province, in day one.
Thank you, Wanda, and thank you, listeners, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. No matter the hiccups, we must continue. That is why we are Biafrans. Today, we are looking at the topic titled, Nnamdi Kanu is being persecuted in the name of trial in Nigeria. And tomorrow, to be precise, Nnamdi Kanu, somebody who was kidnapped, tortured in Kenya, and extraordinary rendition to Nigeria since 2021, has not had full medical attention. And we are addressing the world in today's program. His health has degenerated. His health is falling in. But only in Nigeria, with a sick man who is undergoing kangaroo trial, he dragged about. But before we get into it, this program runs in the pattern of segments. We are going to start the segment, how it all started. And when I come to you, what is the story?
Ndewo Mazi. The story behind the persecution. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, onye isi okwu a na-ama ikpe. All right, great Biafrans. Whether glitch or no glitch, we must continue. Like I was quoting my brother, Scavenger, he calls our leader, onye eziokwu a na-ama ikpe, meaning a truthful and honest man that is being persecuted, that they are trying to condemn. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a man of truth and wisdom. In 2009, established Radio Biafra in London, where he broadcasted and criticized the evil that was going on in that contraption. Nnamdi Kanu is a man filled with compassion, the love of people, the love of freedom for everybody, for the whole of Africa, if I might say, the whole of humanity. He wasn't just talking for all the indigenous people of Nigeria. He was talking to everybody about freedom. He was talking about to everybody about good, how to manage your own life. He preached to the Fulani Janjaweeds. He preached to the Hausas. He preached to the Yorubas. Even before he started talking about the self-determination, he actually provides solutions to make the economy of Nigeria better. Jonathan paid heed to some of his advices. I guess that was why he started the confab, which probably didn't see the light of the day after they forcefully removed him from office. Then back to the story behind our leader's persecution. Before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started calling for the restoration of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu saw that Nigeria could not be salvaged, even in the face of their whole atrocities. Having studied and read and saw how Nigeria came about, how Nigeria was created. This network today will keep you good on your street today. I'm sorry about that.
I think it's your network. It's your network.
You think it's from my side?
Yes, because last time
I don't know about it. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. It's showing me I have full network on my side. But let's keep going. Let's see how we get to it. Then we'll finish up. So, our leader, before he went to talk about self-determination, like we said, the perfect solution for the betterment of that contraption. But when he saw that Nigeria cannot be salvaged, he now joined the Masson and other groups that were actually working for the liberation of Biafra from Nigeria's stranglehold. Since the other Nigerians were not ready to leave Nigeria, he said, okay, it's better we go back to our region and talk about our own region. Being a man of vision and great intelligence, he saw that Masson has been compromised during the Obasanjo regime, and how Masson turned to a celebratory freedom-fighting group. Mazi Iyke Peters now decided to form IPOB, meaning the indigenous people of Biafra, a name that is all-inclusive of every born Biafran. Mazi Iyke Peters continued with his evangelism, teaching the indigenous people the meaning of freedom and the need for every Nigerian to come out and decide if they want to continue to be in Nigeria or if they want to go on their own, because Nigeria is still a British colony as we speak today. If they want to go on their own and decide what they want to do with themselves. Mazi Iyke Peters evangelized throughout the presidency of Goodluck Jonathan. Jonathan, being a learned man, knowing that self-determination is Mazi Iyke Peters' right, rather took some advices from him and did what he was supposed to do. As a patriotic Nigerian he was, and he still is, trying to do something better for that contraction. Not until 2015, when the Daura kidnapper, the terrorist and the pedophile by name Muhammadu Buhari came into power, the meaning of self-determination changed from civil right to treason. Since then, our leader Mazi Iyke Peters has been suffering persecution to today. From arrest in 2015, assassination attempt in 2017, kidnap in 2021, and continuous torture and incarceration since that 2021 till date. It has been from one trial to the other, from one court to the other, without anything pointing at him as his offense. Even after their own court has discharged and acquitted our leader, they continue to dribble him around in the name of trials. Tinubu came into power and promised to continue from where his predecessor, Buhari, has stopped. Today, Tinubu has continued to use Justice Omotosho to continue with the persecution. The worst is denying our leader Mazi Iyke Peters medical treatment, even with the medical report showing deterioration of his health. How many are we even going to mention? The persecution is too much and needs to be put to a stop in the romance.
Yes, thank you, Wanda. Thank you for that short story. Yes, Mazi Iyke Peters identified after studying the makeup of the British creation called Nigeria. He identified for good governance. He led the campaign. The videos are out there in the social media. And when he saw no headway on that, he identified also with the Masson, which stands for Movement for Actualization of the Sovereign State of Biafra, under the leadership of Raf was Iyke at the time. At the time in question, Olusegun Obasanjo was the president of Nigeria, having his prime the Yoruba tribe placated on the grounds of the June 12th election. Obasanjo, more educated, more exposed, more intelligent than the next army man who came on the throne. Just was Iyke here and there until he got him compromised. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, answering to the call, to the divine call, to come and intervene and set his people free, decided to found indigenous people of Biafra. A very unique name, a very unique nomenclature that captures everything about indigenous people. Obasanjo left office, Yar'Adua came over. Midway, Yar'Adua died, and Jonathan, an urbane, educated, civilized, enlightened mind, he saw that self-determination is not a crime anywhere in the world. Jonathan was forced out of office, and we will get to that very soon, on 2015. And by this time, Nnamdi Kanu had gone further to equip himself with microphone and radio, which is Radio Biafra, from which we are broadcasting today, evangelizing not just Biafrans, but entire Nigerians about the looting, the plundering by the political class, about the killing, the exploitation, the rogue behavior, the rogue mentality of an average Nigerian politician. He started evangelizing the people, and the majority of the culprits felt that he was too harsh on them, and they started planning against him. We are getting to the root cause of why he's being persecuted till today. And Nnamdi Kanu decided, under indigenous people of Biafra, to demand for a United Nations supervised referendum. Referendum that will make everybody come to a round table and decide whether they want to belong to Nigeria or whether they want to take their exit. Again, he was misunderstood. They saw it as Biafran exit, and so be it. He continued with his evangelism. And Goodluck Jonathan, who had all along treated the matter as a civil rights demand, kept on with his government and went ahead, like my sister here added. He converged a national confab to address the Nigerian question. And he spent so much money, and the confab, the result that involved the length and breadth of Nigeria, never saw the light of day. I remember vividly when the man who pushed him out of office was asked a question about his ability or his intention on the confab. He said he has thrown it under the waste paper basket. But do you blame him? You are dealing with a stark, Nigeria was dealing with a stark illiterate, a man who later rose to become a major general without passing any qualifying examination in Nigerian military. That was the story, and that was how it all started. We are going to the second segment. We are going to look at President Goodluck Jonathan era in Nigeria. The topic still remains Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being persecuted in the name of trial. And when I come to you, what comes to your mind about self-determination under President Goodluck Jonathan today?
Mazi, you know, President Goodluck Jonathan is a learned man. He was a teacher. He was patriotic to Nigeria, to the cause of Nigeria. He wanted to bring development to Nigeria, as opposed to the terrorist Buhari, who had an agenda, who did not care about the destruction of that contraption. Goodluck Jonathan understood self-determination as a civil right. That was why, during his term, there was a series of protests against him. Even if $1 steps up one, you see people flooding the street. You see Pastor Adeboye and his group flooding the streets. You see RBS flooding the streets with his own girls. You see, what's the other one? I don't remember her name. The Delta lady that is married to Fulani. All these people, Aisha Yusuf, all of them will flood the streets. But he knew it's their civil right. They had that right of self-determination. They had that right of protest. They had that right of coming out to say their mind. Freedom of speech, which is an inalienable right. So he saw all those things. He understood. He never arrested anybody. He never flooded the streets with the military men to chase after people carrying flags. He never even ran after people. Even the terrorists themselves, he was trying to find a way to curb the terrorism. He was trying to find a way to get rid of all the marauding herdsmen who were migrating from outside Nigeria to contain it, to man the borders, to make sure everybody was safe. As opposed to the terrorist Buhari, who saw self-determination as a crime, who saw freedom of speech as being treasonable. So these are the things that are the difference between this one and this one. Goodluck Jonathan understood self-determination from his own perspective as a learned man and as a patriotic Nigerian. But Buhari, his own is just, with the criminality in him, with the agenda of taking over Nigeria, with the terrorism in his system, with the hatred that he had for even Nigerians, I'm not just talking the Igbos, everybody in that, all those indigenous people of Nigeria, all the one Nigerian is, Buhari never loved any of you. That was why he was able to send out military forces. Even when you were carrying the Nigerian flag, protesting, to shoot live bullets and kill people. And the same thing with Tinubu, because Tinubu was the governor, Tinubu was a minister or something then. So all these people...
He was an APC leader. That was his title.
The APC chieftain. So all of them ganged up to destroy Nigerians. Even if we were carrying the flag. You see the hatred. They are not patriotic. They don't care about their citizens. But Jonathan did. He understood the meaning of self-determination.
Thank you, Wanda. And still talking about Jonathan, his removal from office. An accident, a coincidence, or a design. Whichever angle you are looking at it, I can tell you that it wasn't an accident. It wasn't a coincidence. Rather, it was a design, contrived, incubated, executed by two world powers, namely the former president of the United States of America in the person of Barack Obama, and secondly, in the person of David Cameron. These were the architects of what Nigerians are going through today. Facts be told, they were the ones that forced Buhari on Nigeria. Goodluck Jonathan had to, being as educated as themselves, knew that it wasn't worth it spilling the blood of his co-countrymen on the basis of vote and election. It's on record. Buhari has tried to become president of Nigeria on 3 occasions. And on that 3 occasions, he was defeated and rejected. And in this 4th effort, he had threatened that if he was rejected, that the blood of the monkeys and donkeys and baboons will soak in the streets. Britain as civilized as they are, America as civilized, heard all those words and gave approval. Goodluck Jonathan was forced out of office. He had an option. But that is beside the issue. Another major issue that brought Buhari, that forced Goodluck out of office, was the kidnap of Chibok girls. I just wish that even the President of America, Donald Trump, will order an investigation into that Chibok story, because I'm yet to see the real truth behind that story. But in a nutshell, that is what happened. So the removal of Goodluck from office was well designed and executed, and hence Buhari came onto power. We are going to third segment. And this segment says, enter the terrorist, Muhammadu Buhari. When I come to you again. Wasn't Nnamdi Kanu just prophesying or predicting Fulani terrorism as the new face of Nigeria under the late impostor, under the late Muhammadu Buhari? Was it just prophesying or predicting, in your own estimation?
Mazi, using the 2 words, prediction could be, some of them could be predictions, seeing the facts of the day, seeing the trend of things going on, looking at histories too, could make a precise prediction. But he made a precise prediction. Another angle is that most of them are prophecies, because some predictions might not come to pass, but prophecies is what is said and it comes to pass. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, all he prophesies have come to pass. It's prophecy that warrior terrorism will be the face of Nigeria during his time. Is it not what is going on today? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, immediately Buhari came into power, late night came on Radio Biafra, because he told you that sometimes he get on the Radio Biafra, he's no more in control of his words. And that was what happened in most of his speeches. So I would definitely say most of them are prophecies. He came up and told you people that Buhari is gonna bring terrorists from all around the world to come and relocate to Nigeria. Is that not what happened? After 6 months, Buhari opened the borders for Fulanis from all across the Sahel, all across West Africa, to troop into Nigeria. Mazi, remember that time it was on social media. I was on Twitter, I saw it on Twitter. You could see the streets of Maiduguri lined up with Nigerians from nowhere. All of them carrying plates. Tons and tons of them. People were there. What is going on? What is going on? But did Nigerians act? No. Did they heed to that call? No. Did they notice it that is the prophecy that is really fulfilled? No. So that continued. Where are all those Fulani herdsmen now? You go to the north now. Buhari has brought all of them in after all these prophecies. Excuse me. Get them visa on arrival. All of them relocated to Nigeria. Because when you look at Burkina Faso is chasing them, Mali is chasing them, even Niger, they call their brothers, are chasing them away. So the only solace they had was to troop into Nigeria take over Nigeria because they believe that Nigeria is an estate of their great-grandfather, Usman Danfodio. And that was the agenda Buhari had in mind when he was like, because he knew he was getting old, he wanted to fulfill this agenda before he died. So that was why he was doing all what he was doing. Even the Bauchi governor at that time came out and openly said on TV that the Fulanis need to come in because they are coming in for jihad. They should come in armed. And all Nigerians saw that. Was Mazi Iyke Peters exonerated? He prophesied and it happened. So Mazi Iyke Peters warned Nigerians about the impending doom where the Fulani will kill Nigerians, rape them, kill their farmers, take over their farm, bring upon hardship onto Nigerians. What are we seeing today? Actually, he said that Nigeria, with the trend, with the way it was going, Nigeria would be worse than Somalia. He actually advised Nigerians to go get their Somalian visas. How is Nigeria today? Is it not worse than Somalia? Is Nigeria not going down? Is it not going to the abyss? Today, the North has more than 9 terrorist groups. If I'm not remembering the whole names, I can say some of them. We have the Bakorawa, we have the Mahmuda, we have the Boko Haram, we have the ISWA, we have the Ansaru, we have the Al-Qaeda, and this is not the face of Nigeria today. From Buhari down to Tinubu's regime because he's following his footsteps. And all these terrorists, as we are hearing, they are hoisting their flags in each of their territories. They are collecting taxes from indigenous people. They are killing Nigerians without mercy. So is this not what Mazi Iyke Peters warned Nigeria of? These are prophecies that are coming to pass. That Nigeria, the Nigerian faith will turn to terrorism under Buhari, and Tinubu is still following the Buhari because they are still the same regime. The Nigerian military today is made up of 90% of Boko Haram terrorists who are flooding the streets of Southeast. Today, the Nigerian government is throwing a red carpet for the terrorists, for a peace talk. What else do you have to say? Now, 12 states in the northeast practice Sharia. They have their own governments. They have their own laws guiding them. They have captured Nigeria. They've captured Ilorin, which is Yoruba land. They've captured Niger State, which is the seat of power of the Nigerian government. Indigenous people are on the run. Even Nigerian military are on the run. Last time we saw that some of them ran into Cameroon. So what are you people still waiting for? To understand that Mazi Iyke Peters prophesied that Nigeria will be this way and is this way. Why are you people still holding him down? So what is 2027 going to do for all of you? 2027 presidential election. What is it going to do for all of you one Nigerians who refuse to open your eyes to the reality of the day? That Nigeria has been taken over by terrorists, which will continue to prove our leader Mazi Iyke Peters right. He actually came out to warn everybody. He actually came to save all of you. Whether you've been Oduduwa, whether you've been Arewa, whether you've been even a Janjaweed, whether you've been a Biafran, all his warnings was to save all the indigenous people of that contraption. Why are you people still holding him down? If Nigeria did heed to his warnings, probably a lot of lives will be saved today. So let Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go.
Thank you, Wanda. The third topic title is still Nnamdi Kanu is being persecuted in the name of trial in Nigeria. And what you have unleashed now, Wanda, dealing with Fulani terrorism has captured in open grazing, Ruga, livestock ministry, and Fulani settlements. I'd like to begin to address this issue that in Nigeria, as of today, has tried relentlessly to remove the word terrorism as far as the activities of the terrorists are concerned in northern Nigeria. It is called banditry. We are making this clearer so that if you are a foreigner, if you are a listener that is not used to what is going on in Nigeria, when you hear or read from newspaper or from television or from video, from government sources, when they talk about banditry, they are talking to you about terrorists. Now, that is the order of the day in Nigeria. And Nigerian media is not helping matter either. When Buhari came into power, like my co-panelist rightly observed, Muhammadu Buhari, the impostor at the time, declared a visa on arrival at Nigerian borders. The National Assembly said nothing. The opposition, which is the People's Democratic Party of Nigeria, they said nothing, even in the floor of the National Assembly, because they are all cowards. Not just cowards, because they are all compromised. Not only because they are compromised, because they have all been bribed not to say anything. Buhari had his way. And the sitting governor came before a national television, Nigeria's national television, and declared that the oil and gas in Bayelsa State, which is located in Biafran region, it belongs to the Fulani. And that as a matter of fact, that the Fulani's identity is Fulani, that their plan input is on record. We don't make up things on Radio Biafra. Their plan is to bring and attract and allow all Fulanis from the Sahel to converge and take over Nigeria. That is the plan. And the governor said it, and the reporters that interviewed him on channel television, to be very precise, could not follow up with questions that will make him soak in his pants, apparently because he has brought fat big envelopes. Because that is the order of the day. Collect your own, clean, chop and clean mouth and move forward. After all, nobody is a Nigerian. He got away with it. And what is Nigeria witnessing today? Influx of terrorists from all over West Africa. And when Buhari was questioned about it, particularly about the arms coming into Nigeria, I remember vividly, he said it was because of the crisis in Tripoli, in Libya, that saw the influx of armed Fulani terrorists into Nigeria. And secondly, they are coming into Nigeria because of climate change. So Nigeria today is a breeding ground for Fulani cows that are opposed to ranching. What they want is open grazing. The videos are out there. We don't make things up. You plant maize in your farmland. You plant your cassava, which are major food crops in that contraption called Nigeria. A Fulani herdsman walks into it, cuts your maize and feeds to his cow, uproots your cassava and feed it to the cow. Meanwhile, he has AK-47. If you miss your wife, your daughter, or your sister in the farm, they will rape her. And not only raping her, they will kill her. If you are a man, they will shoot you. This is what has been happening. And it is an agreement. It is a deal. And when Buhari eventually time to leave, he will make sure that he handed over to somebody who will uphold the agreement. By this time, listeners, Biafrans, lovers of freedom, he had achieved one objective. Like a Spanish comedian said last 2 years. He said that in Nigeria chose somebody, an illiterate who does not have certificate, over those who are well educated to rule them. But that not only did they do that the man in question spent the wealth of the money for more than 8 years chasing a political opponent until he kidnapped him in Kenya, extraordinarily transitioned him to Nigeria. And that is Buhari's biggest achievement in Nigeria. We say it the way it is. So Buhari handed over to somebody that will keep to the agreement, that will keep the call for United Nations supervised referendum in check. And this is what we are presenting to the world today, so that the world will know that the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Iyke Peters, is a prisoner of conscience, not because he committed any crime known to either British law or Nigerian law. Even when the court has discharged and acquitted him, they are still holding him, and that is why he is being persecuted. He will be in court tomorrow, a sick, frail man. That is Nigeria for you, and this is Radio Biafra. We say it the way it is. We are going to the fourth segment, which is the Emiloko agreement. We must keep explaining this. Emiloko agreement is an agreement between Muhammadu Buhari, or the man who represented him, who impersonated him, and under the same party, and the man today who is the president of Nigeria. It's an agreement. Emiloko is an agreement. And Wanda, I want you to take the first shot. What do you think drove the Emiloko declaration in Nigeria, if poor Nigerians?
As you rightly put it, Emiloko is an agreement. The Emiloko was driven by an agreement reached by Tinubu and the Caliphate. Remember that Tinubu, as the APC chieftain in 2015, knew what 200 million Nigerians did not know. El Rufai came out and told Nigerians that they imported terrorists to help APC politicians get Buhari into power in 2015. Tinubu, as the APC chieftain, was aware of all these facts. Our leader came out and told the world that Buhari died in 2017. But the whole Nigerians were deceived because Tinubu, as an insider, chose to be silent over it. He knew about all this. Even the remaining 6 years that went on with an impostor Buhari, Tinubu knew all this. All this were hidden from Nigerians. The IPOBs, we know, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu knew about it. Even our leaders said, prophesied that after 2 years of Tinubu in government, that they will come out and announce that Buhari was dead. Is it not what happened? When is it, what's the name of that one? That came out and announced that Buhari is dead, and they went and buried whatever they buried. Was Tinubu there? He did not witness the actual Buhari being buried. Our leader talked about
yes, let me help you. Garuba Sheikh was the one that hinted about it. He said, and I put him, that the case about Buhari's death was just to keep the country away from the true facts. It was a major lie. And weeks after he said that, the report came that Buhari died. So he was the media aide, presidential spokesman for Buhari.
For Buhari, yeah.
When he was alive. And he came and admitted that part of the things he said under Buhari was a major lie. So continue, Wanda.
They were Mazi for that. So what we are saying about this miracle is based on agreement. Him coming out to tell it is his town. Because the Caliphate knew that he knows a lot. And if he comes out to speak, that probably Nigerians will go amok. So that was why they had that agreement, okay, immediately after Buhari, you're going to take over the seat. But this is a man in the 90s said that he did not believe in one Nigeria. But out of great selfishness and over-ambition, ambitious, came into power, decided on the miracle that it is his turn. He's not coming there to make a positive change. He did not come in there to make Nigeria better. He actually came to continue with the footsteps of Buhari, because that was part of the agreement. Tinubu came into power telling Nigerians that he did not have any blueprints. And whose blueprints, if I may ask, is he using today to rule Nigeria? Tinubu came and told us that told Nigerians that he's going to continue from where Buhari started, stopped. Was that not an agreement? So all these are driven by the agreement. Look at how Nigeria is today. Going from frying pan to fire. Naira to dollar is fluctuating from 1,500 to 1,600 per dollar. Tinubu promised to continue from where Buhari has stopped. That means getting Nigeria to his burial. That is why you see the Fulani terrorists ravaging. The Fulani terrorists getting red carpet treatment. The Fulani terrorists not being arrested for killing Nigerians. The Fulani terrorists being put in the payroll of the Tinubu government. That is continuing from where Buhari has stopped. And it's not going to get any better. Now they are chasing him around. The clueless Tinubu, barely 2 years in office, has started campaigning and re-strategizing for 2027 presidential election. You see that Tinubu immediately was just a claim of his own turn, because if he opens his mouth about what happened, how Buhari ruled his 8 years, in my own dialect they say, and that is what is going on.
Thank you, Wanda. Emiloko, for the avoidance, for the interest of our listeners and Biafrans in particular, is connected to a dot in a circle. Ask me why, and I will explain it in very simple terms. Dot in a circle was the way Buhari saw the whole issue about Biafran agitation, about leader of indigenous people of Biafra, and about every other person from the southeast. He put it poetically, not in a circle. Now, let us go to Emiloko. Emiloko means Tinubu storm, because Tinubu knows what most Nigerians do not know. The indigenous people of Biafra knows what Tinubu knows, because it was revealed. Now, Emiloko is also to continue with handing the Biafrans, the southeast region, the short end of the stick. People described as a dot in a circle. Tinubu started by going to Enugu on campaign. Enugu was the original headquarters of Biafra during the 30-month pre-Indian Civil War, and told his audience that when he comes into power, they should be glad that he will give them bread soaked in water. The first time ever, Biafrans, Igbo Biafrans, were being insulted and humiliated in their land before their very eyes. But the idiots who have as political leaders laughed it off because they have sold out. Only recently, last week to be precise, the same Tinubu was in Imo State, and he opened his gutter mouth. What did he say? When terrorists, over 9 terrorist groups, is ravaging the north, Tinubu was concerned with the indigenous people of Biafra, led by Mazi Iyke Peters, and he said he called them terrorists again, and everybody kept quiet. We are putting this out because Tinubu, as the Emiloko man, is sending direct signals to Justice James Omotosho, because their handwork from Buhari to Tinubu is to create crisis in the southeast, raise agent provocateurs, raise saboteurs who will come out to try to smear the good image of indigenous people of Biafra, led by Mazi Iyke Peters, but on each occasion they failed. And we are saying this today to keep the world abreast about the ways Nigeria state is trying to commit the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra either to death or to jail. This is Radio Biafra, we say it the way it is. This is their plan. This is the connection between Emiloko and the dot in a circle. It doesn't matter if you don't support IPOB, but know you one thing. You are all treated the same way. Whether you are from Bayelsa, whether from Yazijo, no matter where you are, whether you are from the heartland, you are all treated in the same vein by those who have deep-seated hatred for you and your race. And we are going to the 5th segment, and obviously the last segment of this program, which is the persecution that must be stopped. What does felicitation and red carpet public meetings with Fulani killer terrorists by Nigerian government state of Nigeria today?
Mazi, before I delve into that question, just adding something to the thoughts you're talking about. Tinubu following the footsteps of Buhari. Igbos, you can see what is going on with your lives in Lagos. That is not just the circle in Biafra land. They are extending to Igbos that are outside Biafra land. So that is why Tinubu and his group, his militias, are pulling down your buildings, destroying the livelihood of an Igbo man. That is still following the footsteps of Buhari, because all these are the agreements. Go, if you're going to follow, come after me, you're going to continue from where I stop. Continue with the terrorism. Continue with the destruction of the Igbos. And that is what is going on now. And are Igbos seeing it that way? Nigerians, especially our Igbo people, they are still in denial of the reality that they have been enveloped by terrorism. It is no more a hidden fact, Mazi, that Nigerian state is sponsoring and pampering terrorism. Initially, they were using the name, repentant Boko Haram. But today, like we saw in social media, they are giving them red carpet treatment, having a peace talk with them, negotiating with the terrorists, putting them on federal government payrolls. All of us saw it on social media. You saw the bloodletting human beings carrying AK-47 with, I would say, ammunitions, live bullets, like hanging over their shoulders, like people who are going to war. Those are the kind of people Tinubu government and the past Buhari government have put into Nigerian payroll and are pampering while the innocent suffers. That is Nigeria for today. So Nigerians, you need to get it into your thick skull that this is what Nigeria has turned into today. Excuse me. We saw the military and the police felicitating with these terrorists. It's on social media, we're not making it up. Go to Twitter, go to Facebook, go to, even on the TikTok, you see them. Even when the vice president, because before he became the vice president, Kashim Shettima, you saw him harboring a wanted terrorist. He also has come up on the world stage and told you that Boko Haram are his brothers. So what else do you want to know? How else do you want us to explain the fact that Nigeria is a terrorist state and it's time for everybody to go their own way? Let's Maye last year, the former deputy governor, whom they killed, whom Rufai and his group of terrorists killed, came and told Nigerians that when they captured some of these terrorists and interrogated them, some of the terrorists mentioned that Kashim Shettima was one of their leaders, that Rufai was one of their sponsors. You can see how Nigerian military is shielding them. If they go to attack a city, that they did last time in Enugu, it's going to be the multitudes that are going to protect the terrorists instead of protecting the indigenous of that land. You go to Kwara State, the same reports. They attack the indigenous people, the terrorists will go and protect them. Then when this attack is going on, people will call out for Nigerian police to come and help them. But you're not going to see them. Some of them will tell you their hands are tied. Some of them will tell you that they did not get approval from the federal government. So who is this federal government? The federal government is the terrorists that we are talking about. Kashim Shettima is there. Tinubu in his own way is there. All of them are the terrorists that we are talking about. Harboring 9 terrorist groups, spreading them all across Nigeria to continue to deal with the Nigerians. This is the face of Nigeria today, face of terrorism. You go to the north, you have 12 states practicing Sharia, actively practicing the Sharia law, hoisting their flags in every corner. What is the Nigerian government going to do about it? Nothing. They are collecting taxes and deciding who stays and who goes. What is Nigerian government going to do about it? Nothing. Even the terrorist Sheikh Gumi is walking around warning Nigerian military never to provoke the terrorists. What does that tell you? They will still appreciating the word that are coming up to speak now. After they have maybe listened, or people have complained and they listen. People like Senator Ted Cruz is speaking up about the killing of Christians in the north. Biafrans are inclusive. They are killing Biafrans in drones. They are using military uniforms, Nigerian military uniforms, to come down to the southeast to massacre Biafrans. And trying also, on top of that, trying to tag Biafrans terrorists because we are asking to leave that contraption. Actually, Nigeria has divided itself. Like I said, 12 states in the north are practicing Sharia. They are Muslims. We in the southeast, we are 99% Christians. And we do not believe in Sharia. We believe in the rule of law. We believe in traditionalism. But these Fulanis do not believe in that. So Nigeria has divided itself. Why are they still forcing it into our throats? Just to continue to steal the mineral resources in our park here. Why are they still keeping Mazi Iyke there? This is all we need to let the world know. Mazi Iyke is being persecuted by the Nigerian government because he said the truth about the doom that is coming upon that contraption. That is why they are still holding him captive for committing no crime. Even after their court has discharged and acquitted him, they still want to put him down. So we are appreciating the fact that they are listening now. Even the Canadian court has come out to declare APC and PDP as terrorist organizations. And who are these APC and PDP? These are politicians that made up the Nigerian government as we speak today. Don't mind them trying to say they are creating a coalition, ADC. ADC is part of it. El-Rufai is the chief terrorist. So all of them are terrorists. They are not out to fight terrorism. They are out there to support terrorism. They are out there to kill Nigerians. They are out there to strangle any voice that comes out to speak, like they are trying to strangle Mazi Iyke. That is what Nigeria is all about. Because Britain wants to continue to use the criminals, the selfish criminals like Tinubu and the Caliphate to achieve their own selfish interests, while the innocent suffers. So Nigerians and the beautiful world out there, continue to listen to us and do the needful. It's time for Biafra to exit Nigeria. We want to exit in life and not in death.
Thank you. Let me quickly add to your intervention that 9 terror groups in northern Nigeria means that terrorism and terrorist has become a franchise in northern Nigeria. You go and you acquire your own franchise. You look for a state to invade. Now you add APC and the PDP, the number increases to 11 terrorist groups. Then the coalition called the APC, because it's just a movement of the same people, the same rogues, the same criminals, the same self-conceited robbers, changing name and changing camp. ADC is another terrorist group in which. That said, let me deal with the issue of how far the extraordinary rendition has become a crossbow on Nigeria's throat before the global community. Mazi Iyke, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, was traced to Kenya, an African country. Traced to Kenya, an African country that also fought for their own freedom during the Mau Mau uprising. He was traced dead, kidnapped in Kenyan soil, tortured in Kenyan soil for 8 days. The British intelligence has their hand on it. David Cameron was aware of this. And they extraordinarily requisitioned him to Nigeria. In the plain man's language, they forcefully took him back to Nigeria. Not by his wish, not by following any law of extradition, not by following due process. They forced him back into Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu was carrying a British passport, which means that he is a British citizen or naturalized Briton, if you may. For 4.5 years, Nnamdi Kanu has been gruesomely going through persecution upon persecution upon persecution as we speak today. The question is, what has the British government done over their own candidate, over their own citizen? Nothing. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Until today, as we speak, Britain has seen more than 3 prime ministers with Kestama as the one now on the driving wheel. They've not done anything tangible. And they took Nnamdi Kanu to court in Nigeria when they couldn't kill him because the intention was to assassinate him first during the Operation Python dance, for which Nigeria will account for. But in kidnapped in Kenya, they couldn't kill him because the veil of heaven is upon him. He was protected, not by his might, not by any weapon, but by the special grace of Chukwu Abiyama, which is the God Biafrans believe in. And they brought him to court. And shamelessly, I remember that video, it's still circulating. The then Attorney General came and did a press conference, first in Hausa language, before addressing Nigerian media in English. And all the media, nobody asked him why. And they think that they are punishing Nnamdi Kanu. As the song goes, it is turn by turn. Their hand of veil of poison will get to their lips, was one way or the other. Now, Nnamdi Kanu stood trial. The case went to appeal court, and the ebullient, bold, and frank judges of the appeal court oversee the case and make a pronouncement. They discharged and acquitted him and put on record that he should never again be tried in Nigerian court. Because the prosecution, the federal government of Nigeria, could not explain how Nnamdi Kanu was extradited, was extraordinarily renditioned to Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu, indigenous people of Biafra, had eminent and prominent and dedicated scholarly legal team that made the appeal court to make that pronouncement. What happened? I'm talking about the crossbone on the neck of Nigerian government, crossbone on the neck of Nigerian judiciary. crossbone on the neck of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a person, crossbone on the neck of the APC Association of Participating Criminals at their neck.
Political criminals.
Participating, call them political criminals. I don't care. Nnamdi Kanu is a crossbone on their throat as we speak today. Nigerian government appealed Nnamdi Kanu's case to Supreme Court. Supreme Court is Nigeria's apex court. It's all and all. What they failed to understand was that the case of Biafran agitation has gotten to Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court developed cold feet. They agreed with the appellate court. But when it was time for judgment, money changed hands. Money changed hands. Cattle orders stepped in. Those who did not want Nnamdi Kanu made them to belittle their honor and position as judges of the Supreme Court. And what did they do? They reverted the case to High Court again, thereby making a fool of themselves forever and ever. And in the High Court now, the lower court where they are holding Nnamdi Kanu, his head has worsened. And the lower court judge is playing ping pong with the head of Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu will be in that court tomorrow. And the whole world would like to see him, how frail he is. We are not giving warning now. We are warning them to release Nnamdi Kanu. We are not threatening them, but we are saying release him because his hands are clean. You do not have anything against him. And Nnamdi Kanu will also be a crossbone on the neck and feature of Justice Omotosho, James Omotosho, if Nnamdi Kanu is not unconditionally released from his court tomorrow. The whole world is watching. We are keeping the world posted on this issue. Matter of fact, everybody should be on Twitter retweeting. Even though we know that the plan is to wear him out and let him dance. That is their design. But they are not his God. But for every evil wish on Nnamdi Kanu, we say back to sender, a multiple and 1,000-fold, not only to the person who conceived it, but to his entire family and entire generation. And they say, and people say, and they say, and Mazi Iyke, I'm sorry we've taken this long. I don't even feel like handing this microphone back to you because yeah, I have to. But because today is the main day. The world must know what they are doing to an innocent man. Now, Biafra has lost over 7 million people. No African leader talks about Biafra genocide. This is my imagination. But we thank the US lawmakers that are now paying closer attention. What Nigerian state does not understand is that more US eyes are now in Nigeria than ever before. Thank you, Wada. Please go ahead and round up.
There's not much to say. I will say, like you already told us, tomorrow all eyes on Omotosho and Nigerian High Courts. Then thank you, great Biafrans. To see you again next week. They
were. Thank you.
Sorry about the time wasted, yeah.
That's okay. This is Radio Biafra USA. What's responsible for our behavior? You heard about Motosha and no Motosha. He's learned. He's a professional in the legal system. If we go by the doctrine of the intellectuals, he has failed. If we go by the doctrine of law and order, he has failed. Justice, he has failed. The system has failed. And what do we do? Let them appear in court tomorrow. Anything less than opening of the defense case, and then you say the prosecution did not meet their burden of proof to continuously hold Mazi Iyke, therefore he is acquitted. Case closed. Judge Amatashi, anything less than that, you belong to the group of the persecutors. And the same mayhem, the same principle befalling black people is holding you on the ground as well. You are not an exception. I don't understand how a group of people in the section of judiciary and executive cannot uphold justice, respect for themselves. That points back to what I was saying. Pleasing foreigners at the expense of your people. Pleasing foreigners at the expense of your people, even your generation to come. Because the foreign country you are depending on is not a guarantee. Because they'll come, they tell you go home. Then I wonder where you're going, where you'll be going. Who will be in control? Make her wear the sunshine. I will continue with this behavior tomorrow. I'll give more instances as to why we are backwards, inferior, and ignorant. When I say inferior, you say you're not. You get angry when I say we are inferior. You don't want to hear that. But we are displaying the same behavior, the same symptom, where we acknowledge foreigners over the indigens. That means not loving your people, not caring for your people. But you want to be respected. Respect is reciprocal. You respect me, I respect you. But when somebody continues to downgrade you, step on you, stomp on you, insult you, snatch your wealth, and then kill you over it, you don't say anything. That is the greatest crime a human being can commit. And we, Biafrans, are 100% guilty of that behavior. If I say 99%, where's the 1% for? If I say 10%, 90%, where's the 10% for? For a population that is almost 90 million, greater than that of Britain. But we cannot talk, we cannot defend ourselves, we cannot defend our brother. We cannot defend the father, in-law, nephew, friend, because you are afraid to die. But they are killing you. Not only killing you, they are killing your son and your grandchildren. The call number is +1 484 767 0848. +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. think we have approximately close to 30 minutes for you to do your phone call. If time permits, I might extend it to extra for 10 minutes. We are the people that are oppressed. We have no business being around our oppressors. If we continue to be around them, we are enabling them. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
It's Radio Biafra. I'm calling from my location. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for Biafran people. Mazi, I want to talk about Tinubu's wife's hate speech over Biafrans.
The network. +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. Caller, go ahead.
Mazi Iyke Peters this morning. They put it, it says busy. Meanwhile, nobody's talking on the phone. So there's something they're doing to the radio station. This is not ordinary. They're trying to censor people from saying the truth. So please, you people should look into that. I want to talk about Tinubu's wife's speech, hate speech against Biafrans, against people. She said that she's going to take over our properties, especially for those who refuse to marry their people. So marrying their people is a bait or trap. It's the trap. Okay, that's what it is. They said they're going to take over our properties. What are they doing in Lagos right now? Please ask me, what are they doing? Are they not taking over what belongs to us? Are they not destroying our businesses?
We will continue whether the disruption is on or not. We will continue. We will continue. Mobile network not available. I don't know why. They belong to the conspirators as well. Go ahead.
Are they not destroying our businesses? Are they not putting our mansions down? Are they not destroying our mansions? In Plateau State, Jos, and other parts, all the northern parts, are they not destroying our businesses? Did they not sink Terminus Market, Jos Main Market, that had Mama Fidelis? And carrying a bag that's the sign in the market, so you remember it in case you have forgotten. Are they not destroying it? They don't know they're supposed to bring that market down. And that market not operated by 99% of Ndibo. They brought it down. They destroyed it. Ndibo lost their businesses. That is the same thing they are doing in Yoruba land. They keep spreading hate speech. What is our crime? That we are Nigerians? They want all of us Nigerians entirely to move to Lagos. We all went there for survival. It's normal. Okay? It's normal. It's, for instance, let's say in the United States of America, let's say, for instance, they decided to just develop only Washington, D.C. Everybody, all the parts of America would want to all rush to Washington, D.C. because they see the development there. They see the electricity working. They see the trains running. They see the buses running 24/7 a day, even if there are no passengers. I see them running even at night. I know if that was Nigeria, they would have said, oh, no passengers for night, the people, they sleep. They could ban this bus business. Everybody begin to suffer. But they still let the buses run. Okay? People are not rushing to live in, you know why everybody in America refused to rush to go live in Washington, D.C.? Because every part of America is developed. They have their railway working. They have their system working. They have education. Their educational system is working. Their hospitals are working. Everything is working. Why do I have the need as a New Yorker to move to California? Why do I have the need as a New Yorker to move to Philadelphia? Why do I have the need to move to Mississippi? There's no need because I have everything that is needed in my own state. They have refused to provide this to Biafrans. What do? They succeeded in stealing our resources, our mineral, oil and gas to develop their parts, the Lagos and North. The Northerners have used our money, including the money the USAID or whatever that Barack Obama gave to them to support his Muslim Brotherhood. The Brotherhood who are the modern terrorists, the modern cabals. The Sultan of Sokotos. What is that? His stupid name, I forgot his name. All of them together. They're supplying them with our resources to continue to destroy our region, to continue to cripple our region. They're going to develop our region. We have so much water, but guess what? We have no one seaport working, operational. Tell me, people, if that is done to you, how are you going to feel? This is marginalization to the core. We are tired of this bullshit. I'm tired of you retired. As a matter of fact, we need to borrow some sense going forward. We need to stop boycotting the Yoruba businesses. Let's boycott their businesses. Let's start with LinkFi. LinkFi is an app. It's an app that is being run. It's a money transfer app, international money transfer app that they force you. They connect your account to your ACH or your bank. It's not safe giving them your information. It's not safe. It's run by a Yoruba man or a Chinese. Try look them up. Read one, and because the Chinese man, his name is Rian Kochuan. Also, I prefer cockroach. I don't care. Let's boycott their businesses. Stop giving them your businesses because they are scammers. They are instances. Have you looked at the review recently? They are scamming people. And when you connect them to your account, they steal your money. That's what people are saying. Boycott Yoruba people and their businesses. Tinubu said he wants all of us to start speaking Chinese. This is the reason. They destroy your businesses in Lagos and everywhere. They hand it over to Chinese people. That is what they are doing. Chinese people are there harvesting our organs, killing all of us, telling them what to do. What are they there for? They are spies. No, but don't even American enterprise. Why not? I just come up welcome offer. The Chinese will not join down. Let's put the kids in the bar, push it in the bar. If we have not the copy of Scott from because I did not decide to that now. Because I'm not just now to the Chinese nobody. I like to stand the Bible, you can hear how in Lagos. And you say I'm doing that. But only a way in the corner. I want to get not patronize. This is the just time I go from here, go, or the knock off here, and now last thing. I know the better thing in our Bangladesh. Okay? We can do better in our Bangladesh.
It is the truth. I feel your pain. That's the way I feel. But because I'm here, I just pipe down a little bit. It is frustrating. Not only this frustration, the imbecility and inability to respond is what gets to me. Our inability to respond in kind. Do me, I do you, God not go vex. No, we keep quiet. That quietness, on our Dumadu. Are you keeping quiet that nothing is happening? Are you keeping quiet that the situation is very comfortable for you? Yeah, but the other people can come out and talk. If a Yoruba man can come out and stand and defend his own person, and the same offense you are charging charging Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for? Don't you see that there's something wrong with us? There is something definitely wrong. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
The situation is... Dr. Chukwuemeka Alozie. Thank you for taking my call. I hope my line is correct today. You're speaking to a brother of Bruce and Widow the Scavenger. I'm calling from Africa Sud, South Africa. I greet my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the prisoner of conscience, who set up this Radio Biafra, a citadel of knowledge and spirituality to educate us. And that is what you, Dr. Chukwuemeka Alozie, is doing. You are blessed. Maintain your blessing, Dr. Chukwuemeka Alozie. Dr. Chukwuemeka Alozie, you said they will fail, and they will continue to be failing. You know, that is why we have looked Nigeria from A to Z. And tell you, we the IPOB have looked Nigeria and we know where Nigeria is heading to. We know that Nigeria, the foundation is flawed. And the laws are meant to serve the Fulanis. Anything that the Fulani said is what will happen in Nigeria, because their father said that Nigeria is their father's estate. And that is what they are doing. They are doing it with passion, and they have people they are doing it together, which is the British, who cannot give them any advice. Where people like Antonio Guterres, the United Nations Security Secretary, will tell them that it is good to incorporate 5 terrorist groups into the Nigerian army, into the Nigerian state of security. You remember 2-3 days ago in their program here, you made a program about where the former president of Nigeria, Obasanjo, said that the Boko Haram are not fighting for power. You know, when they see that things, instead of them to admit they are wrong, instead of them to admit what they have done to Nigeria, to their people, to their group, you know what, they will try to find a scapegoat or a escaping route to just lie and deceive their people. Obasanjo is saying that these people are not fighting for power. People are not fighting for power. They are collecting taxes in some local government area in the north. Obasanjo is the one who gives them power to institute this Sharia law in 13th state of Nigeria. That is what is killing Nigeria today. That they are killing people in that 13th state, all the Christians. The result is coming out today. Obasanjo, these people don't learn, and they're not going to learn, and they're not going to say the truth, because they are serving the Fulanis. Even when there is truth for them to talk, they don't want to say the truth. He said that the Boko Haram are not there for power. I don't know what type of power they need when they are now taking over some local governments. They are now collecting taxes. They are now killing the Christians. They are now making Nigeria to soon they will be blacklisted in the whole world, which is what we stand for. We appreciate the world if they can do that. AU, United Nations, because they know these people cannot stand. You said that our people mostly work against their people. Yes, Jonathan is boasting that they know he stopped the militancy of the Niger Delta. And when you ask Jonathan, what did you after you stop it, what is the side effect of what you have done to your people? Did you do them good? Today, Professor Dr. Jonathan, Dr. Chukwuemeka was sorry. Today in South Africa here, 2 of the militant group that Jonathan helped to secure peace for them, amnesty for them. One is Shoemaker here in South Africa. Shoemaker in the street. One is a fake pastor. In the fake pastor, he cannot even eat. He cannot even feed himself. He's a militant. This is what Jonathan have done to his people. But Fulani man is incorporating his people into the state of Nigeria security army, securities. That is what the Fulani, because those Boko Haram are their misguided brothers, those Boko Haram are their foot soldiers. But Jonathan have made it possible for their people to get amnesty, only to go out and become shoemaker. What they are doing is what Jonathan has fought for his people. And
This is what we are telling Nigeria and their court. What we stand is what? We don't want to be in that situation. Biafrans, IPOB members, we don't need amnesty, we don't need forgiveness, we don't need anything because we didn't do anything. Our stand is referendum. Give our leader referendum, release our leader in prison of conscience. He has done nothing. Your court has resurrected him, saying, the judge and acquitted. If you speak this English, even to a dead man, dead man who died since 1st century or 3rd, he understand this English. He understand, he or she understand this English. Spirit, grass, everything on the floor, in the world, on the earth, everything. They know what it means by discharge and acquitted. That means your hand is clean. You are whiter than snow, and nobody on earth has got such a judgment in favor of him than our leader in prison of conscience, Mazi Iyke Peters. So there is no other thing we are looking for tomorrow. We are not looking for any other thing. We are not looking for a release because he is sick on condition of a deal. No, the condition has said that he is discharged and acquitted, and he is free. He's supposed to go to anywhere he will train himself because Nigeria hospital is not equipped. If it's equipped, I haven't seen Asha Brani going there. I haven't seen Sherima Chitima being there. Thank you for taking my call. Dr. Chikwemeka Adozi. Bye.
There, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Caller, your name and where you calling from? Caller, your name and where you calling from? Live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. Mazi, go ahead.
Yes, Mazi Alozie, Chineke Gozie. Thank you for all the services you are giving to our people this time, and the knowledge and the expose you are giving to all Biafrans all over the world and to Africans in general. Mazi, when I sit down and think back, most of the time when I listen to your programs, that of Iyke Peters and Mazi Jonathan, I start to think about our people, how we reason, Igbo. We saw the destruction of Igbo properties in Lagos. It did not start today. It had been going on secretly for a very long time. And our people refuse to understand. The problem we are having are those people, they call themselves Igbo traders, union leaders. Some of them are not as educated as most Biafrans are, because the whole world knows that the Igbo are the most brilliant African race we have in the world. That is why during the slavery, they came to the southeast, Igbo land, comprising of both rivers, Calabar, Akwa Ibom. That was where they got the best. Then they shipped, moved to the United States. Mazi, look at what is happening in Igbo land. And we know when Onwada Akunyen, the NAFDAC chief, was alive, when she was alive, why was she killed? She's asked all the people producing juice, orange juice, tomato juice, all these juice, drugs and all that, that she want to find out where they are orchard. In the United States here, we know any company here that is producing anything that is edible, there must be an orchard. When it comes to drinks, there must be an orchard. What happened? Dangote, and see this man they call Dangote. Dangote is an enemy of any Igbo development in Biafra land. Dangote helped to shut down Nkalago cement, Egu cement, Ibeto cement, everything that is giving our youth employment. The West, Dangote have joined the globalist. What is happening in Lagos? Ashwaji Bola Tinubu is aware of it. Dangote is aware of it. They want to shut down Igbo businesses. Like Shetima said with Kunle, if you go back to that broadcast where Shetima had with Kunle before he became the vice president, you will see where they said they are going to deal with Igbo businesses. By the time they finish with them, their businesses will go down. What did they do? Buhari came on board. When Buhari came on board, Buhari went back to his village. There was a man they called Ahmed Ali. Ahmed Ali, who's a colonel, retired as a colonel in the Nigerian army. Buhari went and called that man to come and be the Controller General of Customs. Have you ever seen such a thing happen in any part of the world? You are not a professional, you are not a custom officer, you are not trained for that job. But an army officer was called to come and head the custom department, the revenue department. They were after the Nigerians. This source where the Igbos are making money is coming into. They know that Igbos are the engine of Nigeria. They call Ahmed Ali. If you go back to Oputa panel, you see Ahmed Ali, the same Colonel Ahmed Ali was defending the Fulanis about their settlement. When they settled now, they said no, they are not indigenous. It was the same Ahmed Ali. I know this Ahmed Ali was the man that sat in Port Harcourt and condemned Salawani with others and killed them and poured acid on them. Ahmed Ali. People are not looking deep into what is happening to us. Ahmed Ali and the Sultan of Sokoto and Shetima they are ones, and El-Rufai and Garba Shehu, they are the ones making sure with this man they call Dangote, they are working hand in hand into what is happening into Ndibo. Ahmed Ali came to become the Controller General of Customs, an army officer, an untrained revenue officer, person who has no idea about what they call economics. He headed the Department of Customs Controller General for 8 years before Bola Ahmed came into power. And in Ndibo, they were all clapping for him. Now they were going to have a better person. Go and check when. Before Buhari came in, before Ahmed Ali came, how much do we use to play a container or a car? When you ship a container of goods from China to Nigeria, from China to Port Harcourt, no, it doesn't go to Port Harcourt, it goes to Tinkan Island Port or Apapa Port. That is where they designated those goods from China, so that Lagos State will be collecting the revenue and the tax of both federal and local taxes, and the VAT goes to Lagos State. Now, you ask, when all these things were going on, Ndibo, we are clapping. Check the amount we used to clear container before Ahmed Ali became the Controller General of Customs. And check how much Ndibo did not buy now. Then you go back to that meeting Kunde had with Shetima. What is he telling you? Ndibo. Na-etimkpu ndị Igbo na-aṅụrị, ndị Igbo na-ezuzu, ha nọ na Lagos na-ezuzu. We can build our own seaport without the federal government. Mazi, we live in the USA, we live in America here, I live in Atlanta, Georgia. Mazi, if you think about the Igbo unions we have in the US alone, if you think of the other affiliate unions, Umuahia Union, Bende Union, Angwa Union, Ohuhu Union, Arondizogu Union, they have every community in Igbo that have their own union, apart from the general Igbo union. Mazi, if that now God have shown us that somebody who is ready to work. We are not going to wait for this. Dangote will not allow any development to come to the southeast. You see how the Fulanis with our colonial masters, they shut down all the refineries. It is not Nigeria. It's not that NBC don't know what to do. It is not about Pengasan. They shut down because the British government, the French government, those who have all the in Nigeria, they know what they are benefiting. That is why then they work with Dangote and use Nigerian money and build a refinery, then handed it over to Dangote. They shut down all the other refineries in Nigeria so that only Dangote will be working. That is the same thing Dangote did to all the industries in the southeast. Printing is down, all the businesses, ceramics is down, all the other things we are doing in the southeast, every business is down. And indeed we don't reason. Our politicians don't reason. The other day, what's it called? This animal, no, a boy I knew in Ajegun in Olodia Papa when he was attacked. Now he's shouting that the companies, the oil companies in his state, that they have all their headquarters in Lagos. So how would they have their headquarters in when they asked you to come and destroy Alibu and you agreed? When they have asked, when the Katrina line was here in Nigeria, before he ran away from Nigeria after the rendition of Mazi Iyke, she ran away. Now Soludo was the first person he invited. Check all the governors, all the people Katrina line visited in Igbo land. He visited all the people he visited. They are the enemy of Igbo today. Now the whole of the finalists have been shot that only Dangote. Dangote is not happy with Innocent. Dangote is not happy with Koskaris. Dangote is not happy with any woman who is successfully doing something. Dangote is not happy with Uchoga, who was the Minister for Mines and Discipline, the He's not happy because the West are using him to shut down the whole of the Southeast. They are using him. Obasanjo knew about this. Obasanjo with this woman, this stupid woman they called Obieze Kwesi, that shot down, that said that when he was Minister for Education. That's why we don't have history in our schools today, because of the way the Fulanis came into Nigeria. They use Obieze Kwesi to show that, make sure that the history is not more taught in our schools. How will our children understand who they are when history is not being taught in our school? You play something about one Igbo girl. They were asking where continent she came from. Today, she has no idea who she is and where she's coming from. All the little thing they know that the government of the Fulani government, they called what's it called? Obi Kobana, chief priest, money. They call them and get them money to go and open useless companies that had nothing to do, that had no development, alcohol and what our Igbo boys are taking, and when they take it, the improvement and all that, they are responsible to what is happening in Igbo land. Tell me what industry they're doing is bitter this, bitter that, than killing the kidneys and the organs of our people. When is this going to stop? When will Igbo marry? P.W. is going for one place, he's in economy. P.W. is going for one place. He went to Alaba International. Abi? P.W., why can't you come and say, this year, let me abandon anything I have to do in Nigeria, call Igbo together. Okay, Alex Oti of Abia State, we have seen that this man had the interest of Igbo. Go to Aba today. You not remember that was about 5 or 6 years ago. Why? We are talking about seaport. Aliko Dangote will not allow us to have that seaport. They are building the first seaport in Ondo State. We're not talking about it. Federal government is building that seaport, making sure that they attract the people to stay in Lagos. They don't want to. Why can't Igbo all over the world? In America, if Igbo in America say they want to raise $500 million in the next 2-3 years, they will raise it, and then they go and liaise with the OT. You say you want to be the seaport. Show us the manifest. Let's see it. Because the one they call seaport in Onitsha, that is a jetty. You know that they know what they are doing, but people don't listen. The people are saying we need a seaport in Onitsha. They built the second Niger bridge. If you go and check the old Niger bridge, Michael Okwalan has built. All these export ships can go underneath it. They can pass through and come to the. You see where that jet is in Onitsha. All these export ships can go under the bridge. But you see what they did, that they went and built another second Niger bridge and lower that bridge. There's no export ship that can pass through that place. Anything they're talking about seaport in Onitsha, they have nullified it. Unless you go and knock down that second Niger bridge, demolish it for export ship to pass. Without that, those people that come to that it's only bad. Maybe when if they will come together and say, we'll build the best hospital, we'll build our seaport. OT, show us the way. We raise money. They will not all over the world. We liaise with the Chinese government, the Chamber of Commerce. They will come, we'll partnership with them. He's not the world chairperson. We talk with them, they have partners. They come to Igbo and they come to Abia State, towards Okwa, to River, and build a standard international seaport with us. We partner with them. Dangote is working with the British government. He is agent of the globalist. they will not allow Igbo land to develop, because if you allow Igbo land to develop, Africa has regained its freedom. Obasanjo is an enemy to Igbo. Obasanjo is an enemy to Igbo. Because whatever we are doing, everybody, let us stand and ask God to help us to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu returns back in good health. And we pray because he is the one that brought this light. He is the light. He is the light that we saw, and we follow that light. It's not like when the Ashura was born, they say the wise man from the east. He is now the wise person from the east, and we followed him. And we are seeing the light. Everything he said and IPOB stands for is working. And we want everybody to know that they are an IPOB hacker. Follow the DOS instruction. Mazi Iyke will be coming on air on the 11th. Everything the DOS says goes. Everything Mazi Iyke will say, listen to it and obey it, and we will see. We will get there. We are getting there. No Biafra.
There Call number +1 484 767 0848. +1 484 767 0848. Mazi, go ahead. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Alozie. Can you hear me very well?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We have to correct certain things that people always say on Radio Biafra. There are seaports in the south. Calabar Seaport is the oldest seaport we have in Nigeria. For record, all these seaports were functioning very well. There is nothing wrong with the southern seaport. The southern seaport has been given the exclusivity of that port has been given to Dangote. They import all the states. It's mainly cargoes. It's only in Lagos that they built this facility, Tinker Island, which has the capacity to handle containers or container ships. I was a clearing and forwarding agent in Nigeria. I opened up a branch in Port Harcourt, my company, before coming down here, United States. We have one in Lagos, and we opened in Port Harcourt. You can only import cargoes. It's only in Tinker Island that they were able to build, even a power does not handle containers. People should understand. And the world has become, container has become the best way to ship things. Okay? Container has become the best way to ship things. So we have seaport. We have, the only thing is that if you bring in something, you can bring Roro. Roro means like cars that are not containerized. You can bring them through our southern port, but when you do so, they make you pay 5 times more than you pay to clear them from Lagos. This is the disparity. This is where they are killing our Igbo businessmen. The person who gave that right for Dangote to enforcement and took the license away from our brother, Ibeto, was Obasanjo. Obasanjo was the same person who went and approved Sharia laws to the northern states. We should know exactly where our problems lie and what we are crying for. Calabar used to be the capital of Nigeria. People should understand that. That's why I have both foreign schools. As one of the oldest schools in Nigeria. It's in Calabar. The point is that how they maneuvered and took capital all the way to Lagos up to today is beyond us. We don't know the Madamaga they did there and moved the capital to Lagos. The southern ocean, which is Atlantic, is deeper than the Lagos. Lagos is not as deep as the ones in Port Harcourt. It's deeper. Ask anybody who knows anything about ferries. They will tell you that. And they are very close. You don't need a badge to even move anything. The last person that spoke here was very correct with what he said about the third Niger bridge. Buhari, as wicked as he was, took over to build that bridge and got the money that was budgeted for it to form a good arch that ship can go under it and brought it down. But our useless southern politicians never complained. People knew all these things. Even I even saw it in Radio Biafra a long time ago, how many years ago. They deliberately brought down that second Niger bridge down, that nothing will pass there, like he said, except patches that can ferry things from maybe Borakot to containers that are cleared, or they can ferry them to Onitsha and clear them. You have constructs that operate in Onitsha. But because of this nonsense they did, it's either we have to trade with the Niger in order to enable even some badges to be able to pass that bridge. That bridge should be knocked down anytime we are willing to build a country. We must knock that bridge down, knock the older one down, and build a real bridge that can allow ship to go under, or put a bridge, some drawbridge like in overseas here. The ship bridges will open for ship to come, and then at some certain time of the day they come in and then they close the bridge again for cars to go through. This is what we have suffered under this marginalization in Nigeria, untold marginalization that people like us are fighting. We know why we are saying that it's only total extrication of ourselves from this country called Nigeria. Otherwise, these people have killed us to bench, to die. I'm telling you, people should understand what is going on. These people, they make plans to undo us. And the person that was speaking with the Akule, it's not Shetima. It's a businessman who owns a furniture company and everything. It's not Shetima. Shetima is from Borno State. It's a Canary guy. It's not him. Even Shetima talks. And you compare that to the other man that with the furniture maker. You know that the furniture maker has better control of English language, and his intonation is a little bit perfect. They are not the same people. It's not the vice president that was in that interview. I think we've settled this long time ago. Now, my brother, what I have to say here is this. Like I said the other day, our problem, we are the people causing our problem. You know that's on Yoruba bloggers are even speaking better speaking for us, better than we speak for ourselves. They are the ones out there, and people from Benin speaking, I think those states, speaking on behalf of what's happening to us better than we. Our people, our people are interested in TikTok, naked, talking about sex or no sex. That's what they're interested in. And this is as a result of what happened to us after the war. All these parents that moved to Lagos to make a living, they never bothered to care about whether their children speak Igbo language or not. That even some Igbo boys that were born in Lagos now don't even want to know what is about politics. It's only maybe play music, do TikTok, act movie. That's all they care about. They don't. Some of them have the way that they say they are from Lagos, and it's because they were all born there. They don't speak Igbo language. The only thing they speak is Yoruba and Pidgin English. A lot of them, they happen in my own family. Somebody else who started in Lagos, but in Lagos does not speak Igbo language. And people born in America speak Igbo language. And they give their children this stupid name. Some of them incorporate the Yoruba name into their middle name, or Hausa name into their middle name, because they want to be tribalized Nigerians. If you talk about this, dismantling this entity called Nigeria, they don't care. It doesn't concern them. So one thing that they can do a very wonderful job by, educating. If Mazi hadn't come, my brother, I don't know what we would have been saying to you today. Mazi did a marvelous job in sensitizing every Nigerian and telling them where they belong, even the Northerners. That's why they hate this man. to the core. He saw where Nigeria was going, and he made sure that he never left any stone unturned. I remember what he said one time. He said a lot of people are in a hurry for us to go. That if we get Biafra without letting these people know, without this selection, getting these people, that we will have a very big problem. And it was very correct. That's why it took time to be teaching, telling us everything. He's a student of history himself. He studied the history of what the colonial masters and Nigerian history. So he knows the impact of what the colonial masters did to us. And this is what he wanted to make sure that he exposed them all. The fact that 100 years, certain things he brought from archive, from Britain, he said it. Sometimes he spent a lot of his money to do that. For so many things that we don't know. So, my brother, our problem is we ourselves. Our people are not ready to face reality. I don't know what else that will happen to them. You see, how can you tell me that they are destroying your houses in Lagos? Even though the reasons that they are giving you for destroying your houses doesn't make any sense. But you yourself, that your houses have been destroyed, why do you keep doing it? What is it today that they started destroying our houses? Do you know when, as far back as when we came back and lamented about this World Trade Center? So you people built this in me. People never learned anything from that. Ojuku dropped the microphone, never spoke anything and left. When he came back, he wanted to address them. When he came there and looked around and said, you want to make you build these things? He dropped the microphone and went down the podium and left. People never learned anything from it. How many years ago was happening in Lagos? Look at Enugu Council of Chiefs giving Ugodunsinda to Mrs. Remi Tinubu, was saying boldly that he will take over Igbo properties. They went and crowned her. Ugodunsinda. And useless. Each time that was shaking her, used two hands to shake. Somebody who said as an Igbo coronated chief, using two hands to shake a woman. You shake a woman. This is what we're getting in our land. Our people have, you see all these politicians that go down before, just with the exception of you, like Zimbabwe and the rest of them, that stood for what we believe. Those people don't deserve anything in this world. God bless you.
Yes, we have the sea, we have the ports that can handle containers. All we have to do, dredge those that are not deep enough. The ones we have now are good enough. Whatever the situation is, we can overcome, but to overcome, we have to recognize, identify. We have to identify our problems. Mazi, go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, my brother. It's no problem. So I will go where I stop tomorrow, as you said, or next time we will continue.
Yeah.
I want to seek it. No.
Good
evening, dear friends and lovers of freedom. My name is Iyke Peters, and I'm listening from the Netherlands. You see, Agama Alachawan Nanyuke Mazi Iyke Peters, who just dropped Agama Alachawan. Intentionally are depriving the East, the Biafra land, all those capital projects and infrastructures. There's a voice note that is circulating among the politicians, big ones. Where I had it was where Peter B himself played it, where Tinubu and his gangs were planning how to make sure that Peter Obi is not elected, because once he's elected, and if he's elected, if he doesn't do anything, if it is the only thing he does, he will establish a working international seaport in the east. And as we know, Obi, if he can establish an international seaport, he will also establish a functional international airport, because that is, or those are what traveling and commercial and industrial people need. So the work of the Tinubu gang is to prevent the building of those things. We are talking about the roads, talking about the bridges, talking about the rail lines. We are talking about our people who are participating and also encouraging the deprivation of their people. Chibika built the ways in the north to east or middle, wherever, except in the east, except from Iguacha, Port Harcourt, where he came from. That is the crop of proficiency we have. But anyway, we must continue. Now, Mazi, in your presentation, you talked about how our political class are not working or speaking and acting because of or against what are happening to us. Now, in the annals of history, whatever happens, it will be recorded that the current political class sold their people down the river for political gains, for political positions, and for money and for connection. They don't have the foresight of Dim Chukwuemeka or Ojukwu. They don't have the foresight of Mbono Ejike. They don't have the foresight of Michael Inonokara or Opara. They don't have the foresight, and this truth must be told. They don't have the foresight of our brother, Gaddafi, God help me, our brother who started Masop, because he's the one who awakened Biafra after the urination of Biafran war. What written? They don't have just no. We know how things went. He they stopped him and all that. But Wazirike resurrected because he had the foresight to see that we don't belong here and we have no portion there. And they don't have these politicians. The current political class in Biafra land do not have the foresight of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, the prison of conscience, and the IPOB, the movement. They don't. What they know about is primitive accumulation. Only class no Bujelegona, Anako trillion, Anako dollar, Anako naira, Ebuje in Australia, Ebuje in America, Ebuje in Europe. These are colonial officers. They are not are working for our interest. You know what I mean? So what we're saying is that whatever happens, it will be recorded that these people sold their people, and Biafra will come in spite, despite, regardless of what they have done, what they are doing, and what they do in the future, because our destiny is given. That we must take our destiny from Nigeria, no matter what the colonial officers in Nigeria, either of governor or senator or house of rep or minister, they are colonial officers. They are imperial officers, like a Roman officer posted to one colony. That's what we have in our space. We don't have people who have the people. Of course, I must be equivocal in this. There are a handful of them that you know, either by their work or by their speech, you know that they want to do or that but the system constrain them. We know them and they know themselves. But for the men, they are not working for their people. Those politicians who are there, we have to indeed study our enemies, our opponents, our contenders. We need to study them and know how they work and how they achieve their aims. The northern elites concern during the 2014 electioneering campaigns was not how to stop Boko Haram, according to Engineer Buba Galadima. Rather, it was how to maintain their captured Kwara state. That is the concern. They don't want Nigeria to be safe and welfare. No, they want to maintain the Kwara state they captured. This tells you all you need to know. Then you think about the experience of our brother, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. And then you ask yourself this question: what does the Boko Haram, what do the terrorists, Ansaru and God knows who are operating from the north and metastasizing everywhere? What do they want? Yes, we know what they want. They want an Islamic state, Islamic republic. Fine, which we don't begrudge them. Let them establish their Islamic state in the North, in the Sharia North. We don't care. We don't want their space. We want our independent and sovereign Republic of Biafra. And nobody should begrudge Biafrans our self-determination. Talking about the political savviness of the North, they went and connived or convinced Buhari who don't like them and caused them names. They convinced him to achieve their gains. But if it is in Igbo or Biafra Express, there will be, why will we call him? He's calling us names. He doesn't know how to talk. They know he calls the name. They know he didn't like them. But they went and talked to him and worked with him to achieve their gains. So why can't our political practitioners, I call them practitioners because their only goal, their only intention is to make money and make name and carry money and go and bury abroad. So, the question we have to ask them: why can't they rally around Mazi Iyke Peters and IPOB? Why can't they speak out with one voice and say, "Let's go live our soul"? If you don't, we are saying this on this platform, but I don't know whether they are listening. Why can't they say, if you don't leave Mazi Iyke Peters and all Biafran prisoners of conscience, because we know now that the prosecution and persecution is not against any law, it's just to repress the Biafra movement. Why can't these politicians we have from the East have one accord, like the North made that one accord and fought to maintain Kwara? Why can't these people who have seen our plight since the end of the genocidal war make that such a meeting and say, this Mazi Iyke Peters is not fighting Nigeria. We want Mazi. He wants safety for his people. If there's anything, let's go to round table. And the culmination of that round table, because one man is not Namoha, it's not all of you. One man cannot speak for all of us. We say, give these people this referendum they're asking for. Let's see what it becomes. But they cannot do it because they want money. The money they will know, the estate they're building, they will leave it. Look at Mazi Iyke, look at Gaddafi, Rocha Sokorocha, look at Gaddafi, how many years are left for them in this world? 50 years max. And that whole money they robbed our people will remain. Their portion is 6 feet if they are lucky. That's what we're talking about. The Fulani killing in Ogu, clean in Enugu, clean in Ogu, clean in Plateau, clean in Nasarawa, clean in Adamawa, clean in Kaduna, clean in Katsina, Yobe, Borno, etc. But Nigerian army are making a post against IPOB. Even the Nigerian president cannot talk about the murderous Fulani. He cannot talk about the murderous Fulani running amok across Nigeria. But he can tell IPOB. He can mention IPOB, accuse IPOB. He knows that it is false. Whatever they are accusing IPOB is false. Biafrans, by adopting or instituting the so-called social media bill into law in Nigeria, the politicians have managed to guide Nigerians and to force them into self-censorship or self-censoring.
What caused the revolution in Himalayan country called Nepal? What caused it? The government went to tweet and ban some social media app. The people say, no, you cannot gag us. We are saying we are not governing us well with some people and you want to stop us from speaking. But Nigeria, it has forced down their throat and nobody bread, chocolates of moving. That's the country we want to live. That is Nigeria. The inferiority complex and envy of the Nigerians that makes them to dispossess Biafrans of their hard-earned real estate and properties. They either sell this real estate to themselves or they sell it to foreign companies.
There were.
Okay, all right. I'm going to call it is time for Biafra in all cases. God bless Biafra.
See, listeners, we'll call it here today. We'll continue tomorrow. The same topic. We will continue tomorrow. So if you don't mind, hold your thought. Then we'll come in tomorrow. We continue. Mazi Iyke will be with us on the 11th. 7:30 Biafran time. So don't miss it. Don't miss it. We'll be on the air. Our leader will be in the court tomorrow. And, I don't expect anything other than discharged and acquitted. You people decided to go to the court again after he has been discharged, acquitted, and I see no case. And now you want the defense to put up their case. Yes, the defense will be there. They'll put up their case. They will impeach you, and that we discuss tomorrow. All the charges have been amended previously, and therefore cannot be used to try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You know, I think the laws were repealed. All the laws that they're using trying Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are unconstitutional, ineffective, but it's only in the dumb Nigeria that they will apply it. And then we sit down and watch, not saying anything. Like I said, all I expect tomorrow is the defense should put up their show. Baseless charges and unacceptable laws applied that shouldn't be applied. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we expect you to be out. Listen, because they have nothing against you, only prosecuting you because you're a Biafran. And you stood, listen, because they have nothing against you, only prosecuting you because you're a Biafran. And you stood.
Onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ okwu ya niile bụ ihe na amen. Anyị wee na-asị ezi ebube dị ngọzi na ọtụtụ na-eja mma na nsọpụrụ site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị. Ise, ise, ise.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us this beautiful morning. Afternoon and night. So I say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you have joined us from. Thank you very much for being part of this program this morning. Thank you for waking up with us. This is Sunrise on Radio Biafra London, and my name is Mazi Mbanali. And today is the 24th day of November 2024, the 24th day of November 2024, and the time now is 5 minutes past the hour of 5 in the holy and blessed land of Biafra. Once more, I welcome you to this hallowed platform, I welcome you this very, very morning. It is an honor, it is a privilege to be with you here every morning from 5 to 7 a.m. Biafra time. Of course, our religion is Biafra, and it is here on Radio Biafra that we worship. This is where we conscientize ourselves. This is where we motivate ourselves. Every single day when I come here, especially since this November, since Ember period began, whenever I come here, I get surprised. I get surprised that, wow, we are already at the 24th day of November, the way time flies. And this is a reminder to you that time waits for no one. Time waits for no one. They told us, tick says the clock, tick tick. What you have to do, do quick. So what you have to do today, do it today. What you have to do tomorrow, do it tomorrow. What you have to do next week, do it next week. Yes, what you have to do next week, do it next week. Patience is also a virtue. Okay, so thank you very much for being part of this program. And right now we are streaming live on Facebook. It's been a while since we streamed on Facebook. Crazy, yes, but yeah, today we are streaming live on Facebook. We usually do get disconnections when we stream on Facebook, but we are trying to see today if that will occur anyway today. But hopefully it will not be the case. So thank you very much for being part of this program this morning. Very soon I will be joined by our brother, the fearless evangelist, Mazi Iyke Peters. And this beautiful day we'll be talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We'll be talking about IPOB. We'll be talking about Nigeria military, of course. And perhaps the conversation will have a little bit conversation regarding Eberima, the criminal in Finland. But today, yes, that is the outline for today. And I want to remind you that you can join us on our FM radio at 102.1 FM. If you are anywhere in Biafra land, the frequency is 102.1 FM. That is the frequency. And I want to remind you that we are streaming live on satellite as well. We are streaming live on satellite. Yes, and we are also streaming live from various apps. Yeah, such as Radio Biafra and IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra and IPOB Community Radio, yes. So all these apps are easy to download. Just go to your app store and download them. Just go to your app store and download them. Easy, easy. Yeah, we had issues with the app, but now it is sorted. You know, this is freedom fighting, so there are complications that can occur here and there, but we had it sorted. And then the radio is opening in various places that did not have the coverage now can attest to it, that it is enjoyment all through. People are attesting that the radio has opened at various places. So it is a testament to the fact that we are determined that we go nowhere. Our only destination is Biafra. There is no other destination except Biafra. Therefore, if you are part and parcel of this struggle, if you are in one way or the other advocating for the progress of this struggle, then you must pat yourself on the back. You must understand that what your work is doing, the work that you are doing, is ricocheting. It is it is work that you can see the implication of what you are doing. You can see it right before your eyes. You can see that every day your effort is not for granted. Your effort, the seeds, the fruit, the seed is bringing out fruit each and every day. So that is one thing that I must say to each and everyone who has been part of this, GCK. So, the stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is the stand of IPOB, and that stand will not change. The unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the unconditional release of Biafrans who have been kidnapped, who have been abducted by the Nigeria government. Biafrans who are languishing in various detention facilities, various dungeons. The stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of these Biafrans. There is no other way around it. There is no other way around it except the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and these Biafrans. You remember that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, was kidnapped and tortured for 8 days in Kenya. He was kidnapped on the 19th of June, 2021. And since then, Nigeria government has continued to illegally incarcerate him in the DSS dungeon, Abuja. And this is despite rulings from various courts of competent jurisdiction, both in Nigeria and outside the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. They have refused to obey their own law. They have refused to obey their own court. And we are saying enough is enough. A country cannot function without the rule of law. A country cannot function without the rule of law. And this is why Nigeria is not functional. This is why it doesn't matter what people do, how much attempt people make in order to make Nigeria work. Nigeria cannot work because the system is designed not to work. Therefore, the stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave Nigeria a solution to their problems. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came up with a workable solution, not just a mirage, not just a solution that is just something that is not practical. This is a very practical solution that will bring a permanent solution to the Nigerian problem. Rather than thank him, rather than be thankful, rather than say, yes, this is the type of a person that we need. What they did was they went to Kenya, they kidnapped him on the 19th of June 2021. They tortured him in Kenya for 8 days before they extraordinarily renditioned him to Nigeria. And since then, IPOB members, we've been fighting. Biafrans, we've been fighting. Our friends, our well-wishers, lovers of freedom all over the world, we have been fighting in order to ensure not only the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but the freedom of every Biafran that is in the DSS dungeon and the freedom of the Biafran people. The stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of thousands of Biafrans who are illegally held by the Nigeria government at the different dungeons across the contraption called Nigeria. Nigeria government must stop the abduction. Nigeria government must stop the dehumanization. Nigeria government must stop the extrajudicial killing of our people. We are saying enough is enough. It was on the 14th of September 2017 that Nigeria government, the same zoo government, invaded the home of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the home of his parents, His Royal Highness Israel Okukanu. They invaded his home. They tried to assassinate him, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They tried to assassinate him, and he managed to escape the assassination. He managed to escape the assassination, but at least 28 people were massacred, were mowed down at his home that day by Nigeria Army. At least 28 people were mowed down at his home on that very day by the Nigeria Army. These are people who were not armed, unarmed people. They were mowed down by the Nigeria government. And we are saying enough is enough. Not only that these people were mowed down by the Nigeria government, not only that these people were mowed down by the Nigeria government, 7 mass graves was discovered. 7 mass graves was discovered after that operation by the Nigeria Army. 7 mass graves. Yet this is a country that is asking, that is saying that it should be one. How can a country with such a character, a country that behaves in this way, want us to be a part of it? You can see that that is not workable. That cannot work. That cannot work. Those who are mounting one Nigeria are not interested in keeping Nigeria one. They are not interested in the least in keeping Nigeria one. So this morning, once more, I want to thank you for being here this morning, for being part of this program. And this morning we'll have a candid conversation. Very soon I will be introducing our brother Mazi Madabuchi Wachuku, and then we will take it there. We'll take the conversation to. It's going to be very informative, I must tell you. It's going to be very, very informative, I must tell you. So, you must come close to your listening device this morning. We will be talking about a whole lot of, we'll be discussing a whole lot of issues. We'll be talking about IPOB, we'll be talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we'll be talking about Nigeria Army. And I want to first of all read what Mazi Chinasanworu wrote. And he says, thanks to IPOB media, their consistent media activities for the past months against criminals, kidnappers, infiltrators, and agent provocateurs really paid off well. Some might not understand what has transpired. The IPOB media sensitization approach is gold and must be studied in future. In couple of months ago, instruction was given to them to engage in the brutal media war against the enemies of Biafra. Okay, let me take it again. It says, couple of months ago, instruction was given to them to engage in the brutal media war against enemies of Biafra struggle, and on the process, they completely separated the chaff from the wheat, and those concerned got the signal on who is who within the Biafra agitation. People don't know many of these criminals in Biafra have been caught, and many are on the run, and most of them could not hide under Biafra agitation anymore to commit crimes. However, there are also people you will kill and brag about, and their spirit will bring you down. Mazi Iyke Peters. They brag and dance on the social media for your death. Today, some are being served breakfast behind bars. Some already had their last lunch and dinner, and some have no place to hide in order to relax. The fight for the restoration of Biafra is on. I told them, We have ears, and we hear every noise around us. Some people think speaking is silver, but for me, listening is gold. Okay, so this is to say, yeah, we are doing a wonderful job. And this is also to encourage us, for us to not to relent. Because when things like this is said, it is for us not to relent. It is for us to redouble our effort. It is for us to put in more effort into what we are doing. And on this note, I want to thank our people for the contributions that we are making so far towards the Eastern Security Network. Yes, we need the Eastern Security Network to be at maximum production, at maximum production. And how will we get them there? It is through the funding, their activities, which is the protection of our land, the protection of Biafra land, the protection of our farms, to ensure that we can go to farms without any kind of fear, without feeling uncomfortable, without thinking, what if? No. This is why we need to protect our land. This is why Onyenduma Nnamdi set up the Eastern Security Network. You understand that GMO is not good for you. GMO is a no-no. GMO is a no-no. And how will we stop ourselves from getting entangled in this GMO issue, eating it and all of that? It is by planting our own, the one that we are sure of. And we will not be able to plant that unless we provide the necessary tools for the Eastern Security Network. Unless we provide the necessary tools for the Eastern Security Network. So GMO is a no-no in our land. All of these efforts, all of this is a way to get us working in we talk about Biafra, we talk about how wonderful it is going to be. But we do not think about the work that is needed. The work that is needed to make Biafra that wonderful thing. I say no ofe maramma no we go buria. You understand? Ofe maramma owe go buria. For Biafra to be that wonderful, that beautiful place, it needs work. And today, the work has already started. The work has begun. The question is this morning, are you going to ask yourself, what are you doing about it? If you are a pastor, what are you doing about it? Are you rather sending money to Europe, sending money to Britain, than bringing that money that they gave you to give to God by giving it to God? And how do you give it to God? By putting it in the protection of the lives and properties of those that gave it to you. By contributing to ESN, you are protecting the lives and properties of those who are even giving it to you. It is common sense. There are things that are very, very important. Your life is very, very important to us. So let's listen to this clip about GMO, and then before I introduce our brother Mazi Madabuchi.
I come from an organization that is called Zimbabwe Anti-Sanctions Movement. Now, the relevance of Southern Africa being involved in this particular meeting is that we are the victims of this GMO. And the reason we are victims is that South Africa was the first country on the African continent to accept GMOs. And when they accepted GMOs, they accepted it at an interesting time, 1979, when South Africa...
Okay, I'm not sure if this is still playing. Let's see. Seems like we have a little bit of a problem here.
America declared war on the entire SADC region in Africa because they did not want these independent African countries to then...
So it's just crazy that this is giving me problems.
Liberate South Africa and remove apartheid. And as part of their strategy, they created what was called the National Defense Council. The National Defense Council then said we need to find ways to neutralize Africans and African populations, and we need to find how to do it utilizing business, military, and also science and genetics. They created an institution that is called SAGENE, or SAGENE. SAGENE was going to create genetic materials that were going to be used to attenuate African populations and to kill Africans. And that is where the strategy for genetic modification for South Africa came from, and that is also where the use of HIV that was injected in SADC was also created. Now, many of you would know that there's an institution called SIMA that has got commanders of that institution that have begun to admit that they deliberately injected HIV into Africans. But what they do not say is that they also decided to use genetic engineering on food and diseases to also affect Africans. And that's why you see that Southern Africa has the highest rate of HIV in the world. But not only that, they are the biggest users of genetically engineered foods. And Zimbabwe is an importer of this genetically engineered food. It has the highest cancer death rate in the world currently because of these GMOs that contain glyphosate and that are engineered to target certain ethnicities. And so we want you guys here in West Africa to understand that we, coming from the area that still has the highest number of white people on this continent, understand that there's a weaponization of food, a weaponization of disease, and these are coming together to attenuate our immunity, to cause cancers in our bodies, and to allow these opportunistic infections and HIVs to affect us because our immunity has been compromised. And so before I finally finish, the attenuation of our immunity did not start only with these GMOs. It started with the hybrids before the GMOs. They come with less nutritional value. They come with certain elements and minerals that are missing. And now with the genetic engineering, they can actually remove entire nutrients out of the GMOs to attenuate. So we've been to court fighting companies that want to bring these GMOs. And we have gone and met judges that were not friendly because there were no policies in Southern Africa against these GMOs. Your parliament is currently sitting to make policies and framework. Do not waste this opportunity. Do not follow the direction that Southern Africa has gone because you do not want to see the HIV, cancers, and disease rate that we are finding. And then finally, you need to also understand that there's an economic cost to this. When you begin to use GMOs, you in Nigeria understand you eat most of your food from rural farmers. Rural farmers will not be able to grow those foods the moment they have to use seeds that cannot reproduce and patented seeds. And these patented seeds become more expensive over time once they've eliminated the natural seeds. We know this because Lima Grain did it in Europe. Lima Grain eliminated tomato seeds. After eliminating tomato seeds, they started selling tomato seeds, hybrid seeds, at 60,000 euros a kg, all the way up to 400,000 euros a kg. Can we afford here in Nigeria to have maize seeds sold at 60,000 euros a kg? Can we afford for the cost of seeds, a kg of seeds, to sell for the price of gold? We cannot. So we need to stop this food colonialism that is coming with dependency being created by these seeds that cannot reproduce, and continue to go back to our traditional seeds. Thank you so much.
Okay, so you heard the last part of it. It's colonialism. That's what it is. And colonialism is actually what Nigeria government is practicing. This is why they cannot say they don't know this, but they understand that the agenda is to depopulate Nigerians. They understand that the agenda is to depopulate Biafrans. They understand that this is the agenda of the West. Depopulation, and they are depopulating through food, depopulating through a lot of ways, including using the army. So that when you come out, they just kill you, harvest your organs and whatnot. When you come out to protest, they just kill you and drag your body into a morgue. And then they keep you there for months and months and years. And then some, they even throw into the pit. Go to Imo State, go to Olo, and see the kind of borrow pit that they've dug and threw in bodies into. I mean, look at the massacre at the hands of Nigeria government. Is it not the same as reducing population? It is the same. It is the same. Okay, so this morning I want to introduce our brother, our comrade, the fearless evangelist, Mazi Madabuchi Nwachukwu. Mazi Madabuchi, welcome to Radio Biafra. Please go ahead, introduce yourself and your opinion. Before I introduce the first question, which is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Can you please unmute yourself, Mazi, if you are hearing me? Okay, I don't think he's hearing me. Let me do something again. Let me do something. Okay. Mazi, can you hear me now? I think you can hear me now. You were not hearing me earlier on. If you can hear me, please unmute your mic and introduce yourself and your opinion. Especially on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Let's begin with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because so many people are coming into the struggle not knowing the story, and some of them the story is being told from today, not understanding the journey, not understanding that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not just come out today to campaign for Biafra. And I see that this is the problem that some people are having today. I mean, some people are crazy about Biafra, honestly, crazy about it, but they don't sit down to analyze, sit down to think, sit down to actually get information. Rather, because of that, they actually look for something exciting. So please go ahead, introduce yourself, and start with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as we proceed. Ndewo.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning from here. Good morning, Biafrans. Good afternoon, good evening, good night to some of you, according to your location on the face of this planet Earth. I remain Mazi Iyke, the fearless IPB evangelist. I am in Biafra land. We move. So, this very morning, on this very topic about free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we will start from his incarceration, and we will also, the world should also know the stand of IPOB that Nnamdi Kanu leads on the Biafra restoration struggle. The stand of IPOB is self-determination, and that's what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been presenting to us. He have been asked severally if the civil disobedience approach that we use, if that one fell. He said it must be referendum. They say if referendum fail, he said it must be referendum. We continue on civil disobedience. They must give us referendum. So now, in 2015, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in Murtala Mohammed Airport, Lagos, on the 12th of October, but 2015, and Nigeria hid it away from us until 13th of October 2015 that IPOB announced it on Radio Biafra that the Nigerian state has arrested our leader. Now, reaching on the 14th of October 2015 was when the Nigerian state admitted that they were with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now, let us pick some things here. That is why we first of all touch the area of self-determination. Now, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was brought back to Nigeria, Reaching on October, IPOB started protest. That very October, IPOB started their protest, peaceful protest. The first protest was in Bayelsa, and the Nigerian state sent their forces. They confronted us, but they did not kill us. On that very day, they just made sure that they scatter us, arrested over 400 of us, packed in their trailer, but within 1 hour time, they were released. So, though we wounded, because we fall inside swamp, you know Bayelsa is swamp, some of us jumped inside swamp, there was wood, but they didn't shoot us. So that was the first place. Then we returned back home and continued the protest. Now, let me get the point why Nigeria fell in this very war that IPOB presented to them. We gave them self-determination, they gave us army. That was the worst part of the Nigerian state, the worst part they took. Because they thought that nobody from the east should exist. And they believe that through the way they have conditioned the politicians, so therefore nobody should talk. So everybody from the east is chaff. Even on the area of self-determination, we are also seen as chaff. So they have to crush us. That was the tone of the Nigerian state under the government of Buhari. Crush. Every day crush. Every day we crush IPOB. Every day. People that gave you self-determination, even upon the crush, upon the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu was detention then and still in detention now, currently, in that 2015, we protested peacefully. When they confronted that October, we returned back home, started protesting peacefully in states, in different states. Because all of us went to Bayelsa then, but we returned back home protesting in different states. Oh man, go back to your state. That is plan B. We applied plan B. Go back to your state, protest. Right? Then we continue. There was no violence. Nothing. Now, in 2016 was the first time they killed us. They first of all rounded us up at, what is it called? In Aba, along Abowere Road, they rounded us up there. Later, when some calls was made, after some time, they freed us. They didn't kill us. That was December 2015. And remember that in that very December 2015, Mazi Iyke Peters started going to court from the October. Then reaching to December, Honorable Justice Adumala of the Federal High Court discharged Mazi Iyke Peters unconditionally on the application before the court on December 2015. And the Nigerian state refused to obey this court order. You know, when we talk about court order, people thought, disobedient to court order, they thought it started today. Some new people who don't know what we are saying. And if we talk about detention of Nnamdi Kanu or illegal detention, they thought that it started today. We know how to fight it, and we fight it based on self-determination and also lawfully. We fight, we do everything we do based on law, both local and international law, because we are fighting to restore our land, and we must fight under guidelines. Football, everything have guidelines, they have rules, they have referee. In the freedom fighting, people are spectators, they are watching us, there are also last men, there are referees. You may not see them, but IPOB knew that they are existing. And we have to guide our struggle. So we continue. Reaching in 2016, on still the protest for free Nnamdi Kanu. Remember that the protest then, Mazi Iyke Peters had been freed, but they did not obey him. So we protested, and the first killing over the protest for free Nnamdi Kanu was in Aba on the 9th of February 2016. Not the first killing of IPOB members, so we mean killing of IPOB members that protest for free Nnamdi Kanu, and that about when we were in a school praying. We didn't move. We want to stay there for 3 days and pray inside the school. National High School Aba. But the first killing of IPOB family member by Nigerian state was in Anambra Onitsha on the 30th of August 2015 when Mazi Iyke was on Radio Biafra. He was not arrested then, and it was on Sunday, and we call it Black Sunday. We changed our profile pictures to Black Sunday then, so that was the first killing of IPOB by Willie Obiano. We continue. So now, in 2016, they killed us. That is to say, the army took over the case of IPOB from the Nigerian state. So they added SSC force. So they started carrying on extrajudicial killings of IPOB protesters based on Ahmadu Bello Constitution that nobody should have control over himself here. Based on Nigerian policy that nobody should rise up from the east. So they did not see anybody. They did not even care about the law. They did not even care about what IPOB presented. All they care is that they must crush us. They counted their armies, they counted their allies, they counted the people they gave our properties, our resources. They said, okay, they will beat them. But what we presented was not war. And they were shouting, war, Nnamdi Kanu is calling for war. But we never showed them a gun. We never showed them a gun. During our protest, there was no bank touched. No bank. Nothing touched. Not even Nigerian flag was touched in the whole of Biafra land. No property, nothing was stolen during our protest of Nnamdi Kanu. Now we continue. Reaching in May 29, 2016, in Mbo, Nigerian army massacred us while we gather upon the illegal detention of Nnamdi Kanu based on the discharge unconditionally by Honorable Justice Ademola. And before that killings of IPOB in Mbo, Mazi Iyke was also discharged again by Honorable Justice John Soro in March 2016. He was discharged by John Soro. Still, Nigerian state refused to obey that court order again. Just imagine. And in the same 2016, they moved this case of Nnamdi Kanu to the court of Honorable Justice Ahmed Mohammed Ifranima, who told the DSS and also warned them from bringing such case from his honorable court and told them to go and obey the previous court rulings, which are the ruling of Honorable Justice Ademola and John Soro. Then we continue. Now, they now killed us in a bomb. 29/9/30th May, when we were in a gathering in a church, Catholic church. Nigerian army invaded the kill us, scatter us, those outside they kill us. Even they went to the very hospital where we took our people, they went there and took them. People that fell inside water, they poured them acid. In 2016, these things were what we saw. We are just follow us up. We are heading somewhere. Because that is to tell you that Nigerian state this thing. They believe in Buhari is a Hitler. They did not see Nnamdi Kanu's presentation. They don't want to see. They don't want to hear. All the politicians was clapping. The Nigerian citizens were happy. Because the Nigerian government lied to them. And said IPOB is the problem. Nigerian Nnamdi Kanu is the problem. Why that problem caused IPOB to rise up? So how come the people that started complaining about what they are passing through is not the problem? IPOB rise up because of problems. So they started presenting IPOB and said IPOB is the problem. And their citizens accepted it, thinking that we are, when they crush us, now everywhere will be okay. Forgotten that Nigeria have been in mess for how many years now? They have been changing, they have been taking, there have been coup, there have been civilian president, there have been military president. Nigeria have never been steadfast. They have never been they have never been a country, at least standing firm. Always struggle. So it is not IPOB that is the problem, because there have been checking points here before IPOB came. Multiple checking points. There are army barracks and police barracks in our land. That is to say, they have been here to fight crime or to intimidate us. So now, they now told you IPOB is the problem, but I have not reached to there. We continue. We will connect the whole dots. Now we continue. We never retaliated in all these killings of IPOB members. We never retaliated. What we do that push Nigerian government to go to the extent of recruiting criminals this time around to act in the name of IPOB and Biafra struggle is because IPOB was using that opportunity to expose the Nigerian army and the Nigerian police to the world. To the extent they started discovering that their image is going down, because every time the Nigerian state, their forces was always on the fence. Till this point, they were always on the fence, saying that they did not do it. They did not do it. That is a propaganda, IPOB propaganda. It is a mapoafo. It is inconsequential. Every time, because we keep writing to U.S. government, we keep tweeting, we keep exposing them. That was our only retaliation, exposing them to the globe. So they now see that. That's when they discover that no, the next time they need to contract somebody, people that will kill these people and will hide under them and kill them. If we confront them, they will expose us, and when they expose us, the game will scatter and will spoil. So that's when they begin to arrange. Then we continue, because in 2016, after killing us, we move on in protesting. Now, reaching to 2017, they killed us again in where they call Port Harcourt, which we know as Iguacha. IPOB protesting in solidarity with Donald Trump. In Iguacha, on the 20th of January 2017, we were massacred by the Nigerian state. They arrested us. The police only admitted that they arrested 36, but that they did not kill. Understand this. That is to say, they were denying. Now, in 2016, they said they did not kill. That is to say, they were denying. Killing in National High School, they said they did not kill. That is to say, Army was denying, which means they have no monopoly, and IPOB did not create chance for them to come and kill. We refuse to go into armed struggle. That is to say, we block them from invading our land with any grant. But they keep looking for a grant to be killing us because they don't have the right to kill us. So we keep exposing them. They keep denying. We keep exposing them. They keep denying. Then we continue. Reaching in, was it March or April, they granted Mazi Iyke bail. From the court of Bintanya, high conditional bail, 12 high conditional bail, right? And the worst of it is that he will not be in the midst of more than 10 people. A prince that lives in a palace where people will always be. So they want him to remain inside the room. So, though they also implicated themselves as a country with that very particular bail condition, because they later realized that allowing Kanu to come inside the court with this very bail condition, that is to say, Nigeria will be guilty of contempt of court, because in the inside the court where Nnamdi Kanu will come in, there will be judge, court clerk, or clerks. Judge, security, the special personal security will be inside the court. Then DSS prosecutor will come in. Nnamdi Kanu's defense counsel will come in. Then the media will also come in. And if you get to there, you will see that you will get more than 10 people. And if you bring Nnamdi Kanu inside the court, he will scatter the court, because Nigeria is contempt of court by bringing Nnamdi Kanu inside the court where you have more than 10 people against their bail condition. And they knew this at last. They later discovered that they messed up, so they have to go and kill him. So we continue. Reaching in September 2017, the army invaded the house of Mazi Iyke Peters, the home of Mazi Iyke Peters, to kill him. What was their reason of going to kill him? Because IPOB refused to dance in their tune in picking up arms upon the excessive force of the Nigerian state against the peaceful protesters of IPOB. Then they said, okay, what we have to do is to free him, then go and kill him. When we kill him, we will proscribe them. That was what happened. They went there to kill him and they killed 28 men, they didn't get him, and they rushed on the 15th, after attacking him, his house on the 14th of September 2017. Then they rushed on the 15th to go and seek for expertise from one Abuja court, or one Nigerian court anyway, and proscribed by POB. Remember, there was no ESN. There was no ESN in 2017, no ESN in 2018, 2019, 2020. In case they are trying to deceive you to bring ESN into the matter as the reason why they prescribe IPOB. You know, some people are ignorant of the fact. Some people also are very, very wicked in nature. Very, very wicked, and some are complicit, some are hypocritical. That is why they know the truth. They always run away from the truth, trying to cover the truth with lies, which is impossible. So now, there was no ESN launched by IPOB in 2017. So how come you now prescribe a peaceful movement in 2017 after attacking their leader? That is to say, the intention of the British was that IPOB would retaliate on the process of the excessive force on the peaceful protesters by the Nigerian armies and police. They thought we would retaliate in arms way. Then they will crush us and tag us terrorists. So it fell. Now they were frustrated to tag us terrorists. Now, on the process, when they tag us terrorists, no international body accepted it, no country accepted it as that IPOB is terrorist. So they went to the UK in 2018. The UK government told them that they need to bring evidences. And since then, Nigeria started planning for evidences. From evidences, they planned everything to put APC in the government house of Imo State. They didn't succeed.